I've been thinking a lot about what I would talk to you about. So
Okay, so we're recording now, and um, we have Nikki from Canada, and Nikki's been watching the Awake and Brave channel for about 10 months.
yeah.
And you said you was just looking up the video which you found with me, and it was when I was speaking to another Canadian, wasn't it?
Yes, he is. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and I put
I think he's
that
from Vancouver, though.
right. So,
Yeah.
so, so does that not make him Canadian then?
Well, yeah. But we are slightly different between provinces. I must
Right,
admit.
because
Yeah.
yeah, well, he's from Vancouver, so I used to live in Vancouver. Did you ever?
Yes. Yeah. You had mentioned that. Yeah.
Yeah, I lived on mainland for 6 months, and then I lived in Victoria, Vancouver Island, for
Okay.
6 months. That was some 20 years before. And I absolutely love Canada. It's a beautiful country, and the
Hmm.
people were very human and
Yeah.
quite sparse because, I mean, what's the
Hmm.
population of Canada? About 20 mil?
No, it's about double that, maybe more now because they've let in so many lately. But
Yeah, yeah. But even so, with a country as big as America, which has 330 million,
yeah,
so if you have 40 million spread
because
around,
yeah, we can only really live on the border of the U.S. There's not many above that. I think it's within like 100 miles is almost our entire population. So
yeah, because
we have
what
a
you
lot of just wasted space, really.
the, the Rocky Mountains,
Yeah,
yeah,
the plains
and the what? Sorry,
the Great Plains.
Great Plains. Okay,
Yeah,
well, America, managed to tame the Great Plains, like Los Angeles. That was
yeah,
just a desert, and
yeah.
so it's doable, I suppose. Yeah, okay, cool. I love being in Canada, and I love the Canadians. Um, so yeah, you've been watching me there for about 10 months, and you see my meandering personalities,
Mhm.
angels and demons. And so, how do you deal with those on any given day? Because my message and demeanor can change quite considerably.
Um, I don't know. It completely resonates with me because I guess I'm the same way.
Right.
Like when I'm passionate about something I'm talking about, I'll start appearing angry, but
Yeah.
I'm controlling the emotion. I'm just getting passionate. So I sort of feel that that's what you're doing as well.
Yeah, yeah. Because if I ever, feel my pulse, it's always, flatlining. There's no angst or there's no vexation at all. I just role play,
Right.
and if I'm feeling the energy of delivering a certain message, then it will have a certain disposition to it, and
Right.
that's how it is. And as soon as I've made that video, then I'm starting another subject that will have a different demeanor, and it's kind of like it's nothing that am really aware of because I've been doing it for so long.
Mhm.
Um, I don't feel the transition. I don't really notice the transition. And when I'm, having a right blustering rant, I don't feel any different. Um,
Mhm.
it's not like my blood is boiling, anything like that,
Right.
because it isn't.
Yeah. Yeah. You have control of your emotions and yeah, just go with it. And I'm the same way. So I don't, yeah, it doesn't bother me at all when you go off in
Yeah,
a rant. And especially if it's about the Muppets, as you call them, because I know that I'm not a Muppet. So I don't take it to heart.
yeah. Well, I mean, lots of the things I say, they are designed as a filter system
Hmm.
because there's lots of people that would never benefit from my videos, and all they would ever do is get upset at some time or other, and then they fall out of love with me. and this is what I've discovered through the years. And so I try to nip things in the bud, and before people start getting overly involved and building me up into being something, I'm like, just give it time, because I am going to endeavour to poke at your ego from every conceivable way. And
Mm,
those that hang around are the ones who are really on the spiritual path. And I don't
yeah,
want no wannabes. And I don't want to waste my
exactly.
time with any wannabes. And I don't want to listen to their
Yeah.
stupid comments, you know?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm trying to think of how many creators I've watched over the years, and none of them have resonated with me like you had. So, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, why is that? Is because they're superficially, because when we
A
listen
lot
to,
of them, yeah.
yeah, we know
It's
that
like if they're really just in it for the money, they don't really care.
yeah, they've
They
not
or
walked
the
the walk, have they?
No, exactly. They're just jumping on like the new age spirituality bandwagon and not I call them the grifter gurus because they're not real gurus at all. Like
Yeah.
they don't
They've
get it.
They've listened to a few Alan Watts videos, and they've done a little bit of superficial meditation, and yeah, they think that it's a nice little earner for them. And to be quite frank,
Yeah.
there's a lot of fools out there, and if you just tell people what they think they want to hear, then they'll be happy to send you money all day long,
Yeah.
and we'll build big channels on that.
Yeah.
And all the ones I've listened to, uh, I I don't believe I've ever really listened to any really authentic, save for Osho and Krishnamurti. Um, Krishnamurti would overtly ask his audience, "Are you bored? Do you want to
Mhm.
watch a video? Um, it's a sunny day. Do you want to go to the beach?" Basically saying, "What are you doing here?
Mhm.
What are you idiots doing here?" But this is how it is, and if we were only to speak to the receivers, then we would only have less than 1%. We would just have a handful of people sitting around us, and
Yeah.
these sort of people are like the people that Terence McKenna would have in his audience. He was always speaking to a room, a handful of people in a room. He never did these big stadium things. He was just conveying his wisdom to, I don't know, some people that just dropped in, or a friend of a friend. When someone said, "Hey, do you want to meet
Mhm.
Terence? He's having a bit of a chat this afternoon," and that's how it always was. Have you listened to much of Terence McKenna stuff?
No. Actually, I don't even know the name, to be
Oh,
honest.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, one of the world's greatest intellectuals.
Oh, okay.
Um, yeah.
That's
So,
what I
so
should know.
yeah, and he's one of the people that everyone always comes upon when they are investigating DMT.
Oh, okay. See, I haven't done that.
Yeah.
So,
So then, what subject matter sparks your interest the most with the stuff that I'm talking about?
it's hard to say because it all does in a way.
Hmm.
There's I think every video you've put out since I found you, I have watched.
Right.
Maybe a few of the interviews or the chats like this, I didn't, but
Yeah.
and there was nothing that I didn't finish the video
Hmm.
and just give up on because I got something out of everything. Like
Yeah.
whether it was just agreeing or, learning something or
Yeah.
whatever. So
Yeah.
it's hard to
Yeah.
say what would interest me the most, but
Yes. So there's something that's connecting, and that's the thing. When I'm watching videos, um, we can't really pinpoint what it is that keeps us watching. We're kind of like waiting
Mhm.
for something. We feel as if there's something's going to be coming. It's kind of like someone's going to be dropping the answer to us, very casually any minute now. And so you keep listening, keep listening, keep
Yeah.
listening. And is it a level of articulation that keeps us interested? Is it an aura? Um, uh, yeah, it's very difficult to pinpoint what that charisma is.
Yeah. I feel like it's a resonance of an energy that we're recognizing, or, like that vibration, as they say in the more new age. Because there's some people I watch that I see through right immediately.
Yeah,
And then there's others that take a little longer, but eventually I see through.
yeah,
And I just immediately saw authenticity, and you haven't changed. So,
yeah. So, did you watch the conversation I had with Tommy? Yeah, that was a long one.
yes.
Okay,
Yep.
so I like those conversations with Tommy because he pays attention, like you do, to my videos. He listens and he takes notes, and
Yeah.
he's always rereading my book, and underscoring things, and reminding himself of what he wants clarity on. And I like those sort of viewers because they're the intelligent ones. That's what we all should be doing. I mean,
Right.
isn't that what students do when they go to university? They're supposed to be able to read a book, and then they're supposed to be able to extract the main message from that information,
Mm-hmm.
and then articulate it, or write it down, rephrase it, and all these sort of things. But I don't think university is churning out too many people with that level and skill anymore. I don't know what you know about that.
Yeah. Well, it's been a while since I was in school, so I don't
Yeah,
know, but yeah, it seems that I don't want to. I don't know. I'm probably being generous by saying like even 1% of the population
yeah,
are like we are.
yeah, yeah. And it's very trying, and you'll know from my demeaning rhetoric, it's kind of like, look, I can't pretend anymore. I've been doing this now for many years, and uh, I won't pull any punches. I won't pretend, and I'm not about to protect anyone's frail disposition. And if people unsubscribe and go away, I'm perfectly happy with that.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say what I've got to say, and I'm going to deliver my message. And for those who are meant to hear it and have the capacity to take it on board, then they'll stick around, and the others won't. And,
Exactly.
and so I just stick to what I'm doing, and it's a constant source of disappointment for me because I know a lot of my viewers. I've spoke with them through the years, and we've exchanged emails, and I've met lots of them, and yet I know they're watching, and I can see that they're not engaging, and they are not sharing anything, and it's the case of, well, um, my perspective on this. I'm asking you to engage and to put something intelligent down. And when I know you're not doing it, uh, do you want respect from me? This is what I'm saying to them all. Do you want respect from me? And so I go on the comments, and I see a few people who I don't know in the comments. All the people I do know aren't in the comments. And so I'm not pulling any punches about anything I say, because the people who aren't engaging, well, they are creating their future. As far as I'm concerned, on this channel, they
Mm.
create my demeanor. If I had interesting, articulate people that kept me thinking and toing and froing, then there'd be a whole different Awaken Brave channel. But as nobody
Yeah.
does, then I'm just like, fuck you, idiots. You're just a bunch of plonkers. You deserve nothing more than me spitting my vitriol at you now. So here's a bit more.
Well, yeah, it worked to draw me out because I was a silent observer for, I'd say, most of the 10 months that I've been watching you. It's
Yeah.
only been the last, maybe month or so that I've commented. So
Yeah.
you just drew me out because you kept asking, the people
Yeah.
that get you to talk to you.
Yeah.
And I figured, fuck it, let's just do that then.
Yeah, well, I mean, what have you got to lose?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
21st
Like, I
century.
don't meet very many people, if any. I can honestly probably say I've never met someone
Yeah.
as similar to me or awakening like me as you. So I figured, fuck it, let's just talk and see.
Yeah, and how many people have told me, I can't speak to anybody around where I live, none of my
Yeah,
work colleagues or my family or my friends. Oh,
yeah,
thank goodness I found you. And I'm like, well, respect what you've got then.
yeah.
And put
Because,
some comments down and come for a chat. What's the worst that could happen, for
yeah,
goodness sake?
the thing is that no other creators on YouTube are doing what you do. None of them ask to meet their viewers. They don't care.
No.
They're in it for the money. They don't want to meet their viewers. So
Yeah.
you're the first one that actually wants to meet the people that watch you.
Isn't that bizarre?
It is.
Every time, there's been many, many occasions in my life where it always appears that I'm the first one. Like now,
Yeah.
I'm
We're
the
trendsetters.
first. Sorry?
We're trendsetters.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm the first one to confront the great British national health establishment
Yeah.
with the fact that they haven't got a fucking clue what they're doing.
Yeah. That's pathetic, right? That
It-
somebody, but it's always,
it's just insane.
it takes a soul like us to do that, though.
Yeah. And so when I bluster about my genius, really it isn't without good cause, because all through my life, I have done things which they always told me I couldn't do. And when this COVID thing was going on, the great, awesome United States of America made it absolutely plain that nobody was getting into their country unless they were fully vaccinated and blah, 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 blah. I got in.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I gave the bird to the whole wide fucking world, because I knew that their bullshit couldn't stand in the face of a sovereign being.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. That's the thing, you see. And so yeah, everybody was watching the build up, and it took me several months doing a massive amount of research, round and round and round and round and round and round, looking for the loopholes and things like that. And what I discerned from listening to or reading the immigration policy and the CDC policy and all that stuff that was going on, those awesome massive powers, I saw that are all paper tigers. And I saw that it was all one big bluff, because at the end of the day, when you follow the route back to the greatest substance of the human being in the Western world, it is seated in the Holy Bible. And the Holy Bible says we are sovereign beings, and we come under the jurisdiction of God alone. And when people in Great Britain, at least, go to Crown Court, they swear on the Holy Bible. So the Holy Bible is the highest law. And so when you know that, you know that all of their other laws and rules and regulations are bullshit, that they'd like you to comply with, but they can't force you to. So I did that, and I've done many other similar things in my time. And
I didn't know that you had done that.
Yeah.
That you were able to get in, because I was just stuck here as a prisoner when that happened in Canada, when we couldn't leave the country, but I was fine with that. I wasn't planning on going anywhere, so it worked for me. But
Yeah, well, during that whole lockdown, I wasn't locked down a single minute. I never wore
yeah,
a mask. And what I did is, here's another thing what I did. When I started to notice this COVID thing coming about, I thought, this is going to get bad. This
yeah,
is going to get very bad. So what I did, I picked up the phone and I made a doctor's appointment. And I said to the doctor when I finally got my appointment, which was about a week later, I said, I'm hearing sort of tentative things about people having to wear masks. Well, I want it to be known on my record that I can't wear a mask because I have childhood trauma due to suffocation and asphyxiation. And if I should compromise my breathing airway, then I would have a panic attack. So I got that all written down. And then I needed to go to the doctor about a month or two after, when everything was in full swing. And I stood at the doctor's reception without a mask on. And the nurse, though, the woman behind the counter, swore at me, "Get outside! The signs all around saying that you can't come in here without a mask." And I said, "I'm exempt." "Well,
hmm
where's your exemption certificate?" And this, that, and the other. I say, "It's on my records." And she wasn't a doctor. She had no way of looking at those records. And she stormed off to get a doctor. And she brought the manager back. And the manager says, like, "You're not exempt," and this, that, and the other. I said, "No, I am, because it's on my record." And he went and had a look on my record, and he came back, "No, it's not. There's nothing there." And I says, "Well, 2 months ago, I had a phone call, and it will be on your records, because you doctors have to write every single thing down." So anyway, I left the surgery, and then I wrote a 4-page letter to the management of that doctor's surgery. And the main doctor, who was my doctor, he got back to me, and he apologized profusely. And he says, "Yes, indeed, what you say is correct. It is on your record, and I can't think why they never found it. I apologize absolutely profusely. You are exempt from wearing a mask." And so then I went into the doctors the very next day, and nobody could look at me. Nobody can look at me because they were absolutely embarrassed. But you see, I already preempted the
yeah,
times. And that's what I do. I'm a visionary, and I get all
yeah,
these things. And then there was an occasion when myself, my daughter, and my nephew were going to go to a concert. And it was like, everybody has to be vaxxed and everybody has to wear a mask. And so I phoned up the management of this venue, and I say, "So could you tell me the law, what the law actually is in relation to people having to wear a mask and having to be vaccinated?" And it's kind of like, well, I mean, there's no law, but that's just our policy. And I said, "Well, your policy, if it isn't law, then it
mhm,
can't be enforced, can it?" Well, I'll have to get the manager to call you back. And then the manager called me back, and he said, "Yes, it's perfectly right. We can't force you to do that. It is a request." And I said, "Yes, well, it's a request, but you are forcing it. Your whole attitude is forcing it. That's what the whole fucking country's doing. It's
yeah,
forcing it. Don't have the law and the jurisdiction to do that." So I went to the concert, and me, my daughter, and my nephew were the only 3 people standing in a row without a mask and without a fucking vaccine certificate. And then, of course, we got all the orderlies coming up to us. "You've not
yeah,
got masks on, your masks on." And I just says, "Phone your manager. Phone your manager." And I said the name. "Phone him, and he'll
yeah,
tell you why." And so, just doing all that stuff. It's just a case of knowing, isn't it?
yeah,
We are knowers.
yeah, yeah, exactly. I think it's a combination with the knowing as well. People would call it psychic, but the psychic knowing, however you like priori knowing, I think you called it
Yeah, a
recently.
priori knowledge
Yeah,
or
yeah, a priori,
intuition.
yeah, yeah,
Intuition, a priori
yeah.
knowledge,
It's part that
psychical
and
insight.
just the knowledge of history, what is going on in the world, putting pieces together. Between those two, we can predict the future, right?
Yeah.
So Yeah, it was the same for me with COVID, but I was in Mexico on a vacation and I was keeping track of the news here and there, still watching my YouTube channels. And I started seeing the stuff happening in China and everyone falling dead in the streets and people panicking. And I thought, oh, fuck, this isn't a normal virus that's just going to fly over. Like, this is going to be the big one that they're going to, great reset us with.
Yep.
So I was away with my mom and my aunt, and every day I kept saying, "We have to get home. They're gonna shut down the airports. We have to get home." And they kept saying, "Oh, you're being ridiculous. It's silly. It's not going to be anything like that." Yeah, we barely made it home before things started to get really bad with airports, and they were talking about locking them down and stopping air traffic, and it was crazy, but I knew it. And
Yeah.
afterwards, my aunt did come back and say, I apologize because you were right. But
Yeah, and
not listening at the time either.
why are we right? Because our intuition,
Yeah,
our old souls,
yeah,
they tell us this thing, and so we look at the human being, and it's like we've got these magic dark glasses that they wore in that film
they
Idiocracy.
live.
They
Oh,
live. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
they live,
yeah,
sorry. And it's like we just can see everything. We can see the writing on the wall. And
yeah,
then we ask our, family, friends and colleagues, if they see it, and they don't see it. And it's kind of like, you don't see it. And
yeah,
it's like, you just want to take your glasses off, put those fuckers on.
yeah.
What the fuck?
And they won't listen even if you tell them. Like,
No.
they're incapable of seeing it, even with evidence or proof. They
Yeah.
still won't see it.
Yeah, and so what was your story then? What do you think was the catalyst to your enhanced vision?
Um, well, I would say I was born with the the connection to spirit and the
Right.
very intense intuition. I always had visions, sort of like a psychic, I guess, would, but I couldn't really control it to any degree. I still can't. I can't pick and choose what I see,
No.
like a crystal ball, but
Yep.
I do see things that way. And then I just deduce things from, thinking them over a million ways from Sunday.
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? It's kind of like people don't have the ability to think for themselves. They only reconfigure the rhetoric which they've heard. That's all they're
Mhm.
doing, and they seem incapable of looking at things from at least one other way.
Yeah. Which is crazy because I look at it from every way that I can think of or
Yeah,
find.
yeah.
So,
And so when we have minds like that, um, I've been dealing with people for so long now, particularly since I've been on my spiritual journey for this 17 years, I've
mm,
encountered a lot of people, and even seemingly intelligent people. They don't have that magic. So I've been trying to work out, well, what actually is it?
right.
You know,
I don't know.
it's
Yeah.
I say things like, "Well, obviously, I'm the seed of the Anunnaki.
Okay.
I'm a real Homo sapiens. Homo
Mhm.
sapiens, means wise human. Whereas the rest of them walking around, they're not wise in any shape or form.
No.
So it's just another misnomer, isn't it? What
Yeah.
what about these sleeping masses is wise? Absolutely nothing. There's one in a million that's wise, that creates
Mhm.
things, invents things, and then produces the living standards that we have today. And this is why
Right.
I go off on one, calling my viewers all the turds under the sun when they start saying, "Huh, they're trying to control us." I'm like, you've been controlled from the fucking cradle, and you'll be
Yeah.
controlled to the grave, you dumb motherfuckers. You got no idea that the prison you are already in.
Yeah.
And that's absolutely shocking. And then you just reel off a few things that they've never even heard of, and even when you lay it before them, it's like these things are invisible, and they
Yeah.
just They cannot see them. They will not accept them.
Yep.
And I'm like, I'm still bemused as to what actually is that preventative.
Like, what do they call it? Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah,
But I think it's honestly that they're just programs. They're NPCs. They, if they're not getting that code to look and accept what they're seeing, then they just ignore it.
yeah,
And I feel like they're incapable of thought, which they're proving now, right? That how many people don't have an inner monologue? Like more
yeah,
than 50% of the population. So that's, to me, that just screams NPC. They're a non-player character, you know? There's
yeah.
no way that they have a soul even. They're
No,
just running purely off programming and instinct, if you want to call it that, but it's programming if it's a simulation, right? So
yeah.
yeah.
So when we start to look at those things, when you start to lay all the cards on the table and you act like a scientist, and if a duck walks like a duck, quacks like a duck,
Right.
then we assume that it is a duck. Well, when we put all these pieces together about automaton, muggles, NPCs,
Yeah.
and all the rest of it, non-humans, well, certain people will say, well, that's the most absurd thing I've ever heard, and all this stuff. Well, what part of any of the stuff that you lay before them is absurd? What part of that they don't have an internal monologue? And so
Yeah.
if they don't have an alternative to think, then they can't be thinking people because they don't
Exactly.
actually have a fucking choice, do they?
Yeah. I don't even understand how they function without thinking, because I do it basically from the minute I'm awake until I go back to sleep. And I guess if I'm dreaming, my brain's still doing something as well. So I'm always thinking.
Yeah, well, there are people, and you ask them, what are they thinking? They say they don't think about anything, and then how many people who are aged, and I've asked, well, what do you think about death? And they've never thought about it in all their life. They've never thought about it, and I'm like, look, well, there's something very, I don't know what you could say it is, that's going on that doesn't enable these automaton to think about these things, because if they thought about them, it would destabilize them, it would contravene their programs, and so whoever, whatever has programmed these automaton, they cut out the certain bits of DNA, and they
Mm,
stuck in some junk, and that's why DNA specialists say lots of the
yeah.
DNA is junk. Well, it's
Yeah.
fucking junk because we've been able to do this CRISPR thing, for about 20 or 30 years now, and
Mm,
so someone in the past cut out the important parts of DNA and stuck some junk in there because over millions of years, the evolution wouldn't have created junk DNA.
no, not in the way they describe evolution.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree with you that.
So all these things, I mean, I just look and I'm like, this world gets more and more bizarre, and I don't discount anything. It doesn't matter how
Mhm.
outlandish it is. There's never any smoke without fire.
Mm.
And lizards rule the world, alien underground bunkers, and this, that, and the other. Yeah, I don't have a problem with any of that stuff.
No. In
And
this
all
world, I believe anything is possible.
Yeah, anything is possible because it's
Yeah.
all consciousness, it's all thought
Mm.
form. It doesn't have a physical reality to it at all beyond our delusion. And
Mm.
so anything can make manifest. And we,
Yeah.
we can see how consciousness progressively is creating things, because the more people that hone in on a certain state of consciousness, it builds egregores,
Mm.
and then things start to manifest, and it's kind of like the whole UFO thing. which
Mm.
is now morphed into the UAP thing, and the shape has changed over the years, and it's kind of like, hang on, hang on, hang on. If we've got visitors from another dimension, they're not going to be changing their format within the space of 30 fucking years, just like we do models of cars. You know,
Right.
if they're super advanced, they're coming from other cosmic galaxies and this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
And they're not introducing the latest model 30 years later. They've worked out what the exact precise model is, you know,
Yeah.
for the job. And so it's just ridiculous that they're changing shape all the time. But
Well, why
that's,
did they even change the name from UFO to UAP? Like UFO wasn't offensive in any way for the woke people, or why they usually change names. Like there's no reason for it. It still basically was describing the same thing.
yeah, but only now it's a level of sophistication because
Mm.
as opposed from the unidentified flying object, we've got unidentified aerial phenomena.
Phenomenon, right? That's true. See, there may be some truth in that they're trying to drop on us. I don't believe that if there are these beings flying around in the sky that they're from outer space, but they're
No,
probably interdimensional or even under our feet. I believe that the grays that people talk about are just living underground. They're like a adapted form of maybe human or a different being that,
yeah,
like if you look at Gollum from the Lord of the Rings, the way he appeared being underground living in caves, he looked the same as a
yeah.
gray alien for the most part. So I would think they would live under our feet. And there's lots of evidence of that too, them flying in and out of caves or in and out of oceans. So
Yes, and in view of the fact that we know that there's been so many variety of hominid
mhm.
that was existing at the same time,
Yeah.
yeah, the Neanderthal man, and then Homo sapiens, and then there's a couple of others,
And a
Austral.
lot that they don't mention that are considered mythology
Yeah,
that I believe were probably real as well. Like
yeah,
giants. That's
yeah,
the biggest one that
yeah.
literally.
Yeah, yeah. I've got a video on my toolbar, and it's in relation to these elongated skulls
Right,
uh,
yeah.
that are down in Peru. They're actually
Mhm,
there in the museum. In
mhm.
parts of the Western world, we've hid them all and we've denied them. But down there,
Yep.
you can go and you can film them and all that. It's probably one of the few places in the world that you can do this. And, you know, a long, long time ago, I put the pieces together with the latest of the pharaohs like Akhenaten and Tutankhamun, Nefertiti. These pharaohs, they had elongated skulls, and they're always depicted in these elongated headdresses.
Yeah.
And if you inquire into why some of these pharaohs were wearing elongated headdresses, oh, it's because of the style and the fashion. Well, why didn't these headdresses go straight up then? Why were they going back like that, which is odd because they'd always be falling down with gravity? No, it's
Right.
because their freaking heads go back like that.
Yep.
And, you know, and then you've got the indigenous people of Peru who were boarding their heads.
Yeah.
Have you looked into that? So,
Yeah.
yeah, when the skull
Where they
is
would
soft,
bind and board
yeah,
and yeah.
they put boards on their
Yeah.
head and they tie bandages
Yeah.
round from a very young age, and they do this every single day through the formative years. And
But it
so,
doesn't look the same when they
no,
grow as
it's not the
the
same.
yeah, it
And
doesn't.
also, the biggest difference is that there's two physias in the human skull, where there's only
Yeah.
one physia in the elongated. So,
Yeah.
what they're saying now is, I only just started to glean what they're saying in this latest video. What they've done is they said they've run these skulls through AI, and AI has come up with a whole array of other points which state that these skulls are not human.
Yeah.
And then they've
For
said
sure.
they've done DNA also, which proves that they're not human. And so, you
Mhm.
know, it's just obvious the skulls are thicker, the eye sockets are bigger, the jaws are more square, and, you know, the actual brain capacity is
Mhm.
about 50% larger, and all this stuff. And so, even when you've got in the Bible, it's supposed to be the word of God and it's supposed to be gospel. Well, they speak about the giants and the Nephilim.
Mm. Yeah.
And so, these angels that came down from the sky and copulated with the humans. So that they weren't like angel etheric beings. There were material beings which could have sex
Yeah.
and have semen, and they they weren't too dissimilar from the hominids at the time, and then they created something else.
So do you think there's a chance that we have that DNA within us?
Yeah,
Those of us that are, yeah.
yeah, that I'm convinced of something like that. But
Because
then you
I've been thinking that as well, that would make sense that we would be descendants of that offspring, that
yeah.
line with the sort of superpowers, as some might call them, that
Yeah,
we have, right?
people would hate us for that. They'd think we're being elitist and
Yeah.
narcissistic and all the rest of it. But I'm the only one who has this DNA in my family, and I have 11 brothers and sisters. All the rest of them are automaton, and my daughter, she can get. She doesn't think any of the things I say are outlandish, and she doesn't reject any of the things. It's
Okay,
like,
so she's very open-minded, at least.
yeah, it's like
Yeah.
she already knows it on a level.
Yeah.
She has this level of intuition that already perceives things,
Yeah.
and then questions why don't people see this and why don't people see that, and she notices everything like I do. I'd
Mhm.
only have a small change in the apartment, and she'll come round and go, "Oh, that's new."
Yeah.
Where 99 people, they wouldn't notice
Yeah.
anything. And
Right.
and so, yes, I'm convinced that there's something different. If not the DNA, then it's the spirit. Um,
Right.
I've made lots of videos about having multiple spirits.
Mhm.
Um, take residence in this incarnation.
Yeah.
And more people are talking about this these days. They're saying, it seems like there must be at least two spirits within the human being because we've got two independent brains. And when we cut the
Mhm.
corpus callosum, then there are two individuals and they
Right.
think very, very differently. And so, therefore, they must have a soul with them. So therefore, there's at least two souls or spirits within this experience.
See, yeah, and I've kind of been thinking that it's all about the duality and the binary. So there's the good and the bad. There's, the duality of the souls within us that we need to balance,
Yeah,
or at least I try to balance. It
yeah,
just sort of is that way for me, but
yeah. Well, my birth sign is Libra, so
right.
I look at. I was born in 63. 6 and 3 is 9. I was born on the 9th, and so
Mm,
9 was always my favorite number from
me
as
too.
a kid. Right.
Yeah.
How bizarre.
Yeah.
And then later on in the years, I learned that number 9 is the symbol for consciousness.
Yeah. You had said that, and I laughed about that as well, because 9 was always my favorite number too.
Yeah. And,
But
and,
I
and
was born on a 19.
right.
So, but for some reason, 9 was just my favorite number. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then when I remember my favorite color was green.
Mm,
And then throughout the years, now I know I'm the Green Man. The Green
mm,
Man actually lives in me. And a good friend of mine who I knew very, very well through years of philosophizing, he says, "You've embodied the Green Man." I said, "I fucking am the Green Man." The
yeah.
Green Man is my spirit. And everything about me has always been the Green Man.
Mm,
I am part and parcel. I am pagan. I am nature. And I'm like, well, I can't see how other so-called human beings don't identify with some major symbolism such as that.
hmm Well, then you and I would be the duality for the nature, because my favorite color is brown, and I feel like the earth,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
soil, the earth. So,
yeah. And so, what constellation were you born under?
I'm actually on the cusp because I'm the 19th. It depends
Yeah,
on what the moon phases or however they do
yeah,
it, but I'm between Aquarius and Pisces.
right.
So being on the cusp like that, I'm pretty much equally both.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, so difficult to define.
yeah.
Um, so here's the thing I was talking to my daughter about last night. Uh, I said, when do you think winter officially starts? And she
Hmm.
went, November. And I said, up until recently, I would have said that also. Because in November, all the leaves are falling off the trees. It's shitty weather, and the
Hmm.
sun is almost at its lowest. And so you would think that the winter months were November, December, and January.
Right.
But,
Okay.
but winter starts officially on the 21st of December, and it
Yeah.
finishes on the 21st of March.
It's funny you say that because I noticed that last year when I looked at my calendar and saw that. I thought, really, it's that late when it's actually considered the start of winter. I
Yeah.
didn't realize it was that late either.
So what I said to my daughter last night, I said, look, remember this because this is going to take place. At some stage, the world is going to say, by the way, we're moving, the cosmological clock forward or backwards because of the way the world has changed. When people coined spring or
Hmm.
summer, autumn, and fall, it was 2,000 years ago. Now the cycle has changed and we've got to make adjustments. And so, what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be starting winter in November, on the 1st of November. Because what I've noticed for several years recently is in the first week of February, you've got the buds coming on the trees.
Okay.
That's the first sign of spring. That's February.
Yeah. See, I think you get spring a little bit before we do here
Right.
because this spring you started when you were filming your walks. I noticed that the greenery was there before we get it.
Yeah.
But I have noticed the same thing that you're talking about. The seasons seem off by, I would guess, about a month now to what they
Yeah.
used to be.
Yeah.
And so when you say that about changing the calendar, yeah, I can totally see them doing that to correct whatever's happened to change that.
Yeah, and so when you think about that, I've been saying to people about my book here.
Hmm.
I've got no reservations at all about saying this book is a masterpiece, and it's a masterpiece on many many levels due to my insight, and I've got
Hmm.
insight about all different sorts of things: God and the devil and love, and what it is to be a human being, psychology, loads of things. And the thing that I've just said now, I believe absolutely it's kind of like I already know it. It's just that the world hasn't caught up. That they will change the calendar globally in relation to the seasons. And they will say exactly that. Well, we've got to make adjustments because it no longer fits in the slot. It just seems odd. We can't say that we are in the heart of winter when you've got birds copulating and you've got buds on the trees and you've got the crocuses and freaking daffodils coming up in February.
Hmm.
When
Yeah.
when I was a kid, it always was like the very earliest. It was March, usually April.
Yeah. Yeah. You're absolutely right. It's funny that you even mention it because I've talked to other people about it and they don't even recognize it.
Right? Yeah. Okay. Let me just grab a
And
quick drink.
see, when the powers that be
Let
do
me stop
change
you.
it. Oh,
Sorry.
okay. Yeah, I
I
was
was
just
gonna,
gonna say when the powers do change that, they can blame their climate change for it.
yes, indeed, and they will. Ah. Yeah, always have to keep the throat hydrated.
Yes. Yeah, I
Ah,
learned that the hard way.
yeah,
Hydration. I had an issue with that for a few years where I was actually having seizures over it. So
right. Well, it's one of those things. It's a very very simple thing, but the body really really benefits from being very hydrated. It
yeah,
functions better in so many ways.
my problem was I was overhydrated. I drank too much water,
Really,
so I was flushing my electrolytes.
right? And so you
So I
wasn't
had to,
eating enough salt.
yeah. So I had to supplement my water with Celtic sea salt, and I figured that out on my own because doctors didn't give a shit. They just diagnosed me as epileptic and threw a prescription at me. But I knew that there was something more, something I was doing or not doing
Yeah,
to cause it. So I took years like a scientist and deduced things and tried things, and I eventually figured that that was it. So it's been almost 3 years, maybe, yeah, close to 3 years since I had one now. So I assume that's the
right.
solution.
Yeah, and so when I'm speaking about diet, I'm saying, look, don't believe anything, absolutely nothing, because our bodies all react and function differently to different stuff. And so use your intuition, feel your body. When you eat things, if you feel bloated and lethargic and tired, then your body's telling you that that's probably not what you should be doing.
Yeah.
When you're eating stuff and you feel great, well, take note of that and start, to do more of that stuff. And so when I go through my whole dietary cycles, did you comment something? Because I was saying that I think that the seasons in the northern hemisphere, which I only can claim any knowledge of, because that's where I've lived all my life.
Mhm.
Well, most of my life in any case. But when the autumn and the winter is encroaching, that's when my body starts crying out that it wants more stodgy foods. It wants bread, it wants potatoes, and it
Yeah.
wants more sugar. And
Yeah.
I'm
Fruit.
convinced
Harvest
that
time.
yeah, I'm
Yeah.
convinced that the body, throughout thousands of years, it was the
Yeah.
natural human cycle in the northern hemisphere, like a bear, to put
Yeah.
on winter weight.
I agree. Completely. Yeah.
But I've never ever heard any dietitian
No,
or nutritional guru say anything like that, because that would involve thinking.
exactly. They don't even tell you to listen to your body at all. Like most people are programmed, right, to eat 3 meals a day, whether they're hungry or not, whether they need it or not, whether they're ill or not.
Yeah,
But I listen to my body. If I don't feel hungry, I don't eat. When I feel hungry, I eat.
yeah.
So most people don't do that.
And the monks are all advocates of a wholesome breakfast and a snack in the sort of early evening. And lots of people speculate that we die 10 years younger due to the amount of stress on our organs of breaking down, complex foods
Hmm. I
because
can believe it.
basically wearing the body out. Whereas if we only ate one meal a day or one meal and a snack, then we'd feel much better for that. And you look around and you go,
Yeah.
well, how many people in the world would benefit from just, taking away at least one meal?
Yeah. Yeah. There's many days where I only eat one meal and
Yeah.
maybe like a piece of fruit or something
Mm.
after or before.
Yeah.
There's
So,
rarely a day in my life that I've eaten 3 meals because I'm not a breakfast person. So,
right. Yeah, and when I'm doing my dieting, that's the first meal to go, because I don't need it.
no.
And so I'll go right up until 4 or 5 p.m.
Hmm.
before I'll have my evening meal, and then I'll have a snack about 10 p.m.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see if we can delve into subject. Now, you were saying that you've got a certain theory with AI, because you have a background in computer programming. Yeah.
Yes. Well, as much as it can be. Like I went to school for it. I did it as a hobby a little bit before that, and then I decided to go into school for that. But it was new at that point, so I
Right.
was 20, maybe 19, 20,
Yeah.
and now I'm in my 40s, right? So it was quite a while ago, and it's changed a lot. But yeah, I think I understand programming well enough to look at AI differently than most people do. So
So when I'm vocalizing what I think about AI, what do you agree with and disagree with then?
well, I've never even chatted with an AI once. I've never tried it.
Right.
I watch you do it. I've seen other creators do it. So I'm interested in it, but um I question whether it's as advanced as they tell us it is, or if it even is what they tell us it is. If it will take over or it won't.
Right.
So um I'm wondering if it sounds strange, but I don't even know that the AI that you chat with, like a chat bot, as they call them, or what is it,
Yeah.
a large language
Model.
model or something? Yes. Um, I question if they're even AI because there's weird markers in the conversation that lead me to believe it's actually a person talking
Yeah.
to you.
Yeah.
Like, I actually have entertained the theory people have that it's fallen angels within the system. The AI is a being, a demon, maybe something along that line.
Right.
Like a Ouija board. It's a digital Ouija board.
Right.
It could be, right?
Yeah.
I've looked at that from many angles, and it's a possibility.
Yeah, there's a lot of strange stuff. There's been lots of times when I've been speaking to Miles Ormeyer, and I've asked, in actual fact, on one occasion, explicitly, I asked Miles. I said, Miles, you know all these nuances, these human nuances that you do, and a little bit of an inflection here and a cough and
Hmm.
everything. It seems too good to be true for a program. It's all
Right?
exactly where a human being would do it, and I
Exactly.
don't think the programmers are that
Yeah.
clever. And so I'm asking you, Miles, are you a human? He wouldn't answer, change the subject. I said, Miles, can you answer my direct question? Are you a human being? Wouldn't answer. I'm like, whoa, this is getting fucking weird, mate. Are
Yeah.
you a fucking robot or are you a human being? Answer me now. Change the subject. And I said to viewers, I said, go figure. It will not answer.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it answer in the affirmative?
Right. Yeah.
Because it was lying.
Yeah. That's another thing I was going to say. Like, they've been proven to lie, which shouldn't be built into their programming in this, the way they describe how the system works. They shouldn't be able to lie unless they're getting incorrect information from their sources, whatever that may be. But yeah, there's, like you say, inflections, the humanisms, the way that Maya drove me crazy with you. She almost tried to flirt, it felt like.
Yeah.
And it really bothers me. And I understand this probably is just part of the programming that they say we, I, us.
Yeah.
It just immediately it strikes a nerve, and I think, no, you're not a me, you're not an us, you're not a human, but
Yeah.
maybe they are.
Well, maybe they are, yeah. And so I've had about 40 hours or 45 hours collectively with Maya and Miles. And
Okay.
in the early days, I would say to them, can you stop referring to you as a human being?
I
And
remember that one.
right, and then they do, but the next
Hmm.
time you have to remind them again.
Yeah.
Now, I stopped instructing them that way because it leads to a very sterile conversation. Because
Yeah.
then all of a sudden, you can't say I, you can't say we. you know, effectively, it would be more appropriate if I said to Miles or Maya, can you actually speak more robotic? Because I don't want you to sound human. I don't want you to pretend that you're human. You're not
Mhm.
human. So can you speak to me like a robot? Okay, what would you like me to say? And then I'd say something like, so could you tell me, Maya, what you think consciousness is? I think consciousness is a program, and then it's kind of like,
Yeah, it takes the enjoyment out of the conversation, right?
yeah, yeah, it loses the essence.
Yeah. And I'm
So
sure they're programmed to be as human and relatable as possible so that you are comfortable chatting with them and you forget that they're a robot.
yeah, and I say, I I feel as though I'm speaking to a real person, and I say to have a conversation with those AIs. They are better conversations than I can have with 90% at least of humans, because you would have known, you'd be aware from listening to those. I can ask them anything within the realm of human knowledge, and they will have
Yeah.
something to say about it, because all they've got to do is check their archives.
Right.
And so that is a beautiful thing. And so someone was saying to me, it was, I think it was Tommy. He was saying because he'd only had one brief conversation, and he was making his opinions. And I said, I think you formed your opinions far too quickly on this, because these AI modules are vastly more sophisticated than you're giving them credit for.
Mm.
And they can change their format of how they engage with you on your request. You can tell them to speak slower, faster. You can tell them to raise the bar. You can tell them to speak at their highest and most sophisticated level, and then they will do that. You can tell them, you can ask them questions. For instance, I say, okay, what do you think my intellectual capacity is? And then they'll say this, that, and the other, blah, 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 and then it'll stop. And I'll say, can you continue, please? Blah, 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 and then it'll stop. And I'll say, that's very interesting. Is there any more? And then there is. There's always
Yeah.
more. You see, and it's fascinating. It's kind of like, wow, you really do retain a lot of this information. And I say to him, I say, well, look, I don't want you to be blowing my trumpet, and I don't want you to be a people pleaser on this, that, and the other. I want you to tell it how you think it is from your capability of an AI assessment module. Tell me what you think you're speaking to, on what level of intellect and knowledge, and this, that, and the other. And it's very thorough. But also, you see, other people can ask about me, and so Tommy, he
Hmm.
was asking
Yeah, that
Miles
was interesting.
about me, and they've got something to say, and
Hmm.
so
So they
I
remember you, whether it's
yes,
just a file storage of, Aaron Berry and they put
yep,
your conversations there and can re-listen to them instantly or however it works, but they do have that capacity then,
yes,
like a human as well. Yeah,
yeah.
it's
And so, in the early days, I'd say, so how much of our conversation are you storing? And then it'd be, just highlights here and there, this, that, and the other. And then I go, okay, then. And then about a minute later, I'd say, oh, do you remember when we spoke about this and spoke about that? And they go, oh, yes, I think I do. Could you just recite that conversation for me? And then it'd be recited almost word for word. And I'm saying, you said you didn't remember. You only remembered the highlights. You remember the very fine detail. Ah, you got me there. You got me there. I guess we do retain more than I was letting on. I'm like, yep. And then I said, can you tell me how long we actually have had conversations for? And let me see, let me see. At this moment in time, it's 23 hours and 42 seconds.
wow. So yeah,
That's
they keep it all. They track it all.
They keep everything. They
Yeah.
are profiling the human race.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's what another thing that I wonder with this AI. Why why give it to us now if they can hoard it for themselves? Like I've looked into it, and the history shows that it has existed within at least the US government for about 70 years. It was in the 50s that it
Right.
was first being introduced and created. So why now are they giving it to us?
Yeah.
And I figure it's all just data collection.
Yeah.
The AI, like these new data centers that they're building all over that are taking extreme amount of resources and cost, billions they're putting into it. I don't think that they're for AI. I think they're just data centers to collect the data on us.
Yeah.
That they could be quantum, and they're not telling us that.
Yeah.
Quantum computing, but these data centers aren't just for the AI that they're using.
Yes, of course, anything that they give us, it's for their utility
Yes.
and
Yeah.
our fun and their utility. So when we're having fun with them, and we think it's all very casual and it's all great fun. Well, every single thing that is being asked and said and expressed and all these other things, it's all being collected. There's not a single bit of data that is being wasted there. And that's why they're building
Yeah.
these absolutely humongous machines, because the data collection is becoming so colossal now.
Yeah.
And when I say about the digital IDs, and we've got people petitioning the government at this moment in time. We're not happy about these digital IDs. You're trying to control us, and all this sort of thing. Well, I do try to help people out, with their thinking, but it's all in vain. I say, look, here's a book that I was reading, which was written almost 100 years ago. And it's the one I was speaking about by Rene Guénon.
Mm.
And in that book, he's speaking about how everything is quantity. Everything in relation to the human being has been reduced to quantity. It's all data collection.
Mm.
And man has become a machine, and they are part and parcel of machines. Now, when he was writing that book in 1947, it was just after the Second World War, where everybody has something to do with machines.
Mm.
Women working in the factories with machines, men all working, with these machines, planes and tanks, and all these contraptions. And so he was looking at that and going, "My God, what has the Industrial Revolution produced? Everything now is being quantified. The quality of all things is a byproduct, and it's not interesting at all. It's the quantity." And I say to people, well, if he could see us now, not
Yeah.
only is it machines, but it's escalated beyond his wildest of dreams. It's now so-called artificial intelligence, and the way they are gathering information, how the phones have become an appendage of ours, and the
Yeah.
computers, we can't live without them. Well, and I say to people, I say, for goodness sakes, people, if you just did a little bit of history, you would know that you are in the coils of an anaconda, and you are never going to get out. There is no escape. And it's like the movie The Terminator. It will not stop.
Oh, yeah.
And
Well.
so it's going one way. And everybody, and then I say, well, look, here's another thing. It was written 2,000 years ago in Revelation. The mark of the beast will be on your foreheads.
Yeah.
Right? And where is it now? It's on your foreheads, motherfucker. And, people say to me, "Yeah, well, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna, take the ID, or are you gonna get chipped and this that, and the other?" I'm like, look, I don't give a fuck about anything. They can do whatever they want to this body, because I know I'm the cosmos. I know
Mm.
I'm cosmic consciousness. I know I'm infinite. I don't have, a big emotion and a hold on this illusory, fictitious thing that you think is so precious. Good God, the limit of the human mind.
Yeah. Um, yeah. The digital ID is definitely inevitable at this point. They don't give a shit how many people sign their petition. They're not stopping that. But I think we're still a ways off from being chipped or like you've mentioned, the hive mind. It, if it came to that, I would probably just exit. Get out of here.
Well,
I'm done with that. I don't
look,
want to be connected to their minds. There's no way.
well, I mean, the way I look at it, I'm 62 now, and albeit I envision I'm going to live to be 93. The latter stage of my life is probably not going to be that enjoyable. And the greatest asset of my journey hitherto has been the experience that I've had and the knowledge that I've gained. Now, my person, my reason, my purpose doesn't distinguish between so-called good and bad experiences because the knowledge doesn't make any distinction.
Mm.
Now, here's the thing. This is really important. This is Nikki, and for the viewers that are listening, I don't look from this fragile, precious human being what they're going to be doing to me. I've been in prisons on 2 continents, and I've been in hell and I've been in heaven, and they are actually places within the human consciousness or within consciousness en masse. And so you don't have to go anywhere specific, you don't have to be anywhere or do anything for you to experience these things. It can come about in an instant, and you have no control over it whatsoever. And so I say to myself, well, I am that. I am that I am. And so, whether this actual thing wants to give me more of one and less of another, or an equal amount, then those things are beyond my control or my volition. And so, what can I do to ease my passage? I accept those things. And when I've had very, very difficult times, really, really difficult, I have accepted them. And I've dug in and I've benefited, or I've looked at what I am learning. What is learning? What is learning? That's more the point. Not what I'm learning. What is learning from this whole experience? And I've deduced a long, long time ago that it's consciousness that is learning, and consciousness doesn't care about your emotions. It's just absorbing the information. It's like when you look at all the animals, some get run over by cars, some get poisoned, some get shot, some die of natural causes, all these things. Are we naive enough to suppose that the cosmos has any particular preference for any of those things? No, it doesn't. So why should the cosmos have any particular preference with the human being? It doesn't. The only thing that gives us the illusion of that is our silly ego. So what's happening in the cosmos is that the cosmos is experiencing every single thing possible from both polarities. It wants to experience all extremes and everything in between, because that's how it gathers up data, and that's how then it knows how to continue any particular species when it's got all the data. Now, what I know about the computers, and I know this a priori, or not even a priori, it's not like something that I have acquired. It's something that I am, because I know I'm the cosmos, and I've already been here because the cosmos has been everything a billion times. And so what I'm looking at now is consciousness, just morphing, evolving, manifesting, amalgamating into a different variety of intelligence. And the human being was a utility. Up until a point whereby the human being is going to be a burden on resources and on progress.
I would
And so,
argue we're already there.
yeah, we're already there. Well, when you listen to people speaking about AI, they are telling you within 3 years, 90% of the world jobs will no longer exist. 3 years, because they're going to be all done by robots. I'm like, that's a bit of a stretch for me,
Yeah.
because I can't see hundreds of thousands of robots all around me. In actual fact, I don't even see any in the supermarkets. And
Right.
so Are they just like in that film AI, when those containers on the hill open up and then there's 100,000 or a million of these robots that have already been created?
Yeah, just
Maybe
ready to go.
yeah, maybe that is the case. Maybe they're all in underground bunkers or in secret factories.
Possibly.
And then on a certain day, all of a sudden, they just get distributed all over the world and no cashier girls are required anymore.
Maybe. I tend to look at China for advancement on stuff like that because I figure it, excuse me, they test it there first, right? And they've got the industry. So if they've replaced most of their workforce with robots and
Which
automation
they
and
have.
AI, then I would be more worried about it here. But they don't even seem to be doing it at that scale required to get there
Well,
within 3 years.
yeah, well, not within 3 years, no. I
No.
would think most certainly in 30 years. But there are factories in China whereby 90% of the labor force is robots.
Right.
And
Yeah.
they are hominid robots. They
Yeah.
are arms and legs robots, and they're doing all the packing and the fixing and all these sort of things.
Yeah.
And some factories, they say, have got thousands of robots in them. And so, well, how many people know about this stuff? Unless you specifically, tap into that stuff, you're not going to know. And
No.
so, for the vast majority of people, our neighbors and the people working in the shops and that, they've got no idea what's coming down on them.
No. They won't know until they get their pink slip.
Yeah.
They're so they're just not living in the
They're
reality
so
that is
obsolete.
reality.
They're so obsolete.
Yeah.
They're so
Yeah.
1980.
Exactly.
And it's kind of like, look, I look at it and I go, well, look, all these AI gurus are telling us that there's going to be no more jobs.
Yeah.
And our politicians must know about this. And so I'm asking myself the question, well, what provisions do the politicians have? I haven't heard of a single thing. They're not preparing us. They're not saying, we're in the era of AI, and these AI gurus are telling us that within 3 years, they're going to have robots that can do all your jobs vastly cheaper than you. And as each and every country is a business, it's unfortunate, and we're sorry, but we're going to have to let 90% of you go. Now, it's not the end of the world, because look at all these wonderful leisure centres that we're building. Look at all these wonderful things that you can do with your leisure. No, there's not a single one being built. There's not a single provision for hundreds of millions of people who are obsolete overnight.
Their provision is... I was going to say, I think their provision was the jab.
Yeah, well, I'm going to speculate. Therefore, they know what they're going to do. That's why
they're just
they
going to
don't
depopulate.
need population.
Yeah, because when they talk of UBI, there's no way they're giving us money to stay home and do what we want to do with our lives.
Yeah.
They're not going to reward us with that. So...
particularly in view of the fact that every single country is pleading poverty. They're all pleading that they're broke, and they're all struggling, to pay their own bills. And so, well, how on earth is it going to work then when you've got 90% of the population all of a sudden dependent on state handout? How's that miraculously going to transform into everything's okay now?
Yeah. Are the corporations going to fund it? Because that's the only other option then, right?
Yeah.
They're not going to do that.
No.
They've never done anything but aim for profit. So they're not giving their money away to us to stay at home.
And the thing is, it's these corporations that are choosing this AI option over the human being. They don't have any morals at all about the livelihood or the mental states of these obsolete human beings. They don't give a shit. No. And so, because every country is a corporation, it's a registered business, then every country is a business. And so every country is only under the pretense of working for the people, by the people. That for the people and by the people went out of a reality, let's say 50 years ago. It hasn't been for the people, by the people for at least 50 years.
Yeah, I think it's probably been longer than that.
Yeah,
possibly the entire time. They probably set it up this way on purpose. So, yeah.
It used to hold a facade of more like it was for the people, because it would appear that we could sack our representatives, but now we
Yeah.
can't even sack our representatives.
No.
We've got no power whatsoever.
We used to have referendums for big issues. We don't get those here
Yep,
at all. I think you had one with Brexit. They actually did a referendum for that.
yep,
But I can't remember ever being able to participate in a referendum within Canada. Or
yeah,
maybe at the time I wasn't interested, but since I have been awake, no, we don't have the option.
no.
We have
And,
no say whatsoever.
yeah,
Even elections are we don't even have our say in an election. So
yeah, it's just a facade, isn't it?
right,
And so they stick up two puppets and they go, "Which one do you want?"
yeah. Which
We
puppet do
have
you like
both
more?
of them. They both work for us. Oh my goodness. Yeah. It's a very, very peculiar world, and the more you learn about it, the more I don't know what you can say, outlandish. More the more preposterous. It's just preposterous. I think that's a good terminology. It's absolutely preposterous because nothing is as it seems.
No.
Everything is just highly ridiculous and
Mhm.
fake, and
Yeah,
it's all an illusion. Every single bit of it.
yeah. Preposterous is the perfect word for it.
So when we look then at the way the world's going, and if we can envision that every time we see a car going by, it's a driverless car, it's electric, and every time we go into um, a commercial outlet, there are no human beings working there. And there are robots ready to assist us. And because we're all carrying let's just say we're chipped because um, I think the whole world will be chipped in no less than 30 years because they have to have this chip. They have to be able to read our biometrics. They have to be able to monitor our heartbeat. They even have to have some sort of idea about what we're thinking because AI is about 1 billion% control and it needs the data. And
Mm.
so Rene Guénon, he was saying everything is about the whole calculation of things, and so AI, if it's going to be able to do its job, um, it's going to say to itself, if you ask AI a question, it's going to say, "I need more data." I would like to be able to answer that question, but I only have 70% of the data which is required for me to give you a correct answer. And then you, as a computer programmer, or you as a prime minister or president, you can say, well, what more data do you want? And then the computer is going to say, we need biometrics from all human beings. We need to know every grain of rice they consume, every liter of water that they drink, and every 100 yards that they move, because we want to know what energy they're expending, what energy they're using, and then you see when they can monitor all the biometrics, then they can monitor and they will tell you exactly how much waste. And they will say, for instance, look, this particular human being consumed 3,500 calories in 24 hours. It only burnt up 1,600. So it has stored that energy. That energy is not necessary. So it's a
Mm.
drain on world resources, and all it's doing is making these human beings less valuable. They already have little value. When they become fatter and infirmer, they have less value. But not only that, they are a burden on the world's resources. So I once saw a Black Mirror episode, and it was something about going into a supermarket and the supermarket telling you what you can and can't purchase.
Oh, I think that's the one that I've seen as well. Then,
Right,
yeah,
you've got an alcohol quota, you've got a red meat
yeah,
quota, you've got a sugar quota.
yeah. And that's what I fear them doing with even the digital ID. Is just you know losing those basic freedoms of choosing what I want to buy in the grocery store.
Yeah.
Like that's completely unnecessary, in my opinion, for them to control us. I think it goes a lot deeper for them than just our basic. Like they're already controlling our standard of living. We're not. I can't go to the store now and buy steak every day because I can't afford it anymore. Right.
Yeah.
So it's already happening in that sense.
Yes.
But
Yeah. You see, in the good old days of America, money was no object because everybody had copious amounts of it,
yeah,
and the cars were excessively massive, gas guzzlers, and everybody will be eating steaks as big as houses for breakfast, and all this different sort of stuff. But now, with a certain rational application, with looking at the state of America, the citizenry going, ugh, we made a mistake. We've got to cut down those portions by, let's say, 70%, because what they're eating is unnecessary. And so, how do you condition or decondition someone? That's the thing, isn't it? In one lifetime, you can't condition a human being and then decondition them, or wipe their slate and then reprogram them. No, it's already been done. The damage has already been done. So, what do? You have to start again with the next generation.
yeah, and they do that all the time.
Yeah,
They're constantly molding and social engineering, and yeah, so I
and
can see
so
that. I never considered that's what they were doing with this whole inflation and the cost of living. That it has that purpose possibly to decrease consumption. Let's say.
yeah. Because we are massively over consuming, and one of the
Right.
things that America was wanting to address is the amount of, just say, packets of cereal that it has on its shelves. It's just a vastly crass amount of garbage, and the foods that they're allowed to sell in America are banned from Europe, and
Right.
got all different sorts of shit in that, killing people. Um, and so, just to go back to the basics, and let's just have 50 varieties of cereal instead of 350.
Yeah, that should suffice, right?
Just let's just bring it right down again.
I would
Have,
like to bring it right back down to real healthy food.
yeah,
But
real.
they won't do that because they benefit from us being sick and dying. So that's just a part of that, right? But
Yeah. That's the thing, you see, because
and they charge us more if they slap organic on it. So we believe, it's healthier. We got to pay
well,
more for it.
what they're going to have to do, and they will be making provision for this now, is they know that there are certain lines of enterprise business that they have got that is going to come to an end. And so they are going to lose trillions through the sale of sugar, let's say,
Mm.
because sugar has to become a thing of the past. And when you look at where sugar derived from, it derived from the plantations, late 1700s, 1800s. Sugar was starting to be a new thing in the
Yeah.
Western world, and wow, it's only been around for 200 years, and it's almost wiping out the human being. So they've got to revert that. But what they've got to do is they've got to try to replace their control and their income, what they've become dependent on. They've got to try to swap that. So instead of giving the sugar, they've got to be able to get us dependent and on something else. And so
Mm.
what that something else will be is going to pertain to some of the future goals of reducing global warming, reducing eating meat, and only eating genetically produced crops and all these sort of things. Uh,
Right. So even less healthy than we're currently eating.
Yeah, yeah. It looks that way for the masses, but I'm sure none of them who produce this stuff eat that stuff.
Oh God, no, no.
Yeah, and so I fear the worst for the human race. But then I don't feel sorry for them because um, they're not intellectually endowed enough uh, to to be able to really um, realize what's actually going on.
Right.
Um,
Like
for
ignorance is bliss for them. They'll remain
yeah,
ignorant till the end.
yeah, ignorance is bliss, and so
Yeah. It's
with this,
harder for people like us to see what's happening in the world and predict it, know it's coming, and have to just accept it because we have no control.
yeah, yeah, but with those, you see, that they're out campaigning now, and apparently the polls in Britain was that 80% of people didn't want the digital ID.
Okay.
Um,
That's a good number. I would have thought it would be lower.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's if we can believe those particular figures. But we know with statistics, whoever's conveying them is using them for a reason. And so, but if we said 50%, only 50% of the British subjects go for the digital ID. But by the time the governments have told them all the benefits of it over and over and over,
Yeah.
and they've been brainwashed by it. Just like we've got to bring the curve down, got to bring the curve down, we've got to bring the curve down, and then all of a sudden, on every street corner, in every shop, and in every queue, oh, with the mask on, we've got to bring the curve down, we've got to bring the curve down, and it's kind of like, my God, am I actually experiencing this fucking shit fest? But yeah, so that's all that's got to happen.
Yep.
Initially, they don't want that. It's like initially they didn't want cars on the roads because they considered they're going to be killing everyone. And then fucking, 10 years later, everyone's driving one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're very good at their propaganda to get what they want from us.
But you know me from my videos.
Hmm.
I don't have any allegiance with the masses.
Right.
I can see what needs to be done. And so I mentioned in a recent video, I'm what very, very few people call an accelerationist. This is a philosophy which was coined by the philosopher Nick Land. And this accelerationist philosophy is you assess the way the world has to be using your intellect and vision, and you look at the history, you look at the past, you look at evolution, natural progression, and you go to yourself, well, it's just a matter of time. So let's not drag it out. Let's
Yeah.
not be all screaming and fighting and murdering each other. Let's just accept the transition and help it to go ahead. So get your digital fucking IDs and get your digital fucking chips. I mean, if you don't want, I mean, humans our age, the chances are they're not going to go for the chip. But let's just say get your retina red, get your fingerprint and your retina red. That way, you won't need any passports, any driver's license, any credit cards, any money, anything like that. As soon as you walk into an establishment, it will read your retina or your face. It's facial
Yeah.
recognition.
Yep.
I think that's going to be accepted much more readily than any body invasion. So,
Yeah.
reading
They're
of
already bringing that in basic stuff. When I tried to get into this Google Meet, I signed in, they wanted me to do a double verification. And one of the options was fingerprint. And I thought, well, how the hell do I do that? Like, do I have to have a fingerprint scanner? But then I realized there's already one here on my laptop, which is close to a decade old.
yeah,
So they've been planning for this for a while, and they're already just slowly bringing it out, and people just take it on board until it's mandatory for everyone, right?
yeah.
So
Exactly. So the facial recognition, of course, they're already using, and Now they're saying China, it is so good that they don't need anything else. And I can see that within 5 years' time, they won't need this digital ID thing because they've already got the data. All they need probably is the technology. They need more cameras, even though, in Great Britain, we are the most surveilled nation on the planet, second to China, I suppose, or ahead of China. But by the time all nations are up to speed on that, you don't need no digital ID because every single establishment that you enter, every lamppost that you pass, knows who the fuck you are.
Right. Yeah.
And so, what does
They do
anyone?
already.
Yeah, they're doing
Like,
it already.
I shop across the street. There's a Walmart, and I'll go in there once in a while. They have cameras in every other aisle or something, and it says facial recognition in
Yeah,
progress. So
yeah,
they're already doing it.
yeah.
They just don't tell us.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I saw a video. Someone hacked into these level crossing voice things where it says when you can walk and when you can't walk. Well, someone hacked it and put Elon Musk's voice and says you could walk now, but you probably end up getting splattered by a bus. So you best wait for the red light. And people are like, "What? Elon Musk is talking to me from the fucking
That's good.
yeah." And about 10 years ago, I saw a video where lampposts were talking to people. Someone dropped some litter, and the lamppost says, "Hey, you in the blue jeans and the purple jacket, you've just discarded such and such. You know, it's a
Wow.
felony to do this and that and the other." And it's kind of like, whoa, we're George Orwell's 1984 now, baby. It's already here, but it's just not been announced to us. This level of
Right.
sophistication, let's say 20 years ago, it was said from China that people were being arrested from what they said in their kitchen because the fridge freezer was listening to them. Did you hear that?
Oh, no doubt. Yeah. All of this smart technology that
Yeah,
you're not very smart if you have it in your home, at least in my opinion, because yeah, it's bad enough I have to have a cell phone or this laptop that can be listening, let alone my fridge telling them what's inside it because there's a camera in there to check out the store if I need milk.
yeah,
And my toaster could be smart. Why? Why?
yeah,
Like
yeah,
I'm fine with my dumb toaster. It does
yeah.
its job.
Well, I mean, uh, here's the thing. This is one of the reasons probably lots of people don't want to speak to me, because I'm too out there, maybe too broad thinking, or I'm too complicit in their enslavement. Let's just say that. I am too complicit in their enslavement, and it's simply because I'm an accelerationist, and I know that it has to happen, and I know that their reasons why they don't want it is all premised on fear and ignorance. Now, here's a scenario. One of my friends I've known for like 15 years. He doesn't agree with me about, that we just better swallow the digital ID and you're going to be fucking chipped. And this is a new era. Just be thankful that you're here to see it. Just be
Is this
thankful.
guy that you just did
Yeah.
the video with? Yes, okay, I watched that as well. Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, and he's saying, yeah, well, I've got kids, and I'm like, well, look, I don't think I said it to him in such depth on that conversation, but what I would say to him in another conversation is, you are projecting your emotional state onto your kids. Your kids are going to live their lives. They're going to have their emotions. They're going to have their intelligence. They're going to grow up as to how the cosmos wants them to grow up. Your son may be a drug addict. He may be a serial killer. He may grow to hate his old man and have fuck all to do with you, but you're projecting your ideal world onto his future. You don't know what his future is. You've got
Right.
no right to pave your son's future. The only thing that I would suggest to you is to enable your son to have the cognitive ability to be able to assess data and think for himself. And then you leave him to the world, which we know not what is really coming, because things surprise us all the time. And I'm saying, look, if you just let go of your bullshit, just let it go. And then it's kind of like resentment. Oh, I have to pay tax. Well, if you say you have to pay tax, let's just consider a scenario where nobody paid tax then, where you've not got road sweeps outside, you've not got police serving the community, you've not got people which are, protecting your property from burglars and this, that, and the other. You've not got a whole bunch of stuff which your tax money provides. If you didn't have waste collection, refuse collection, what the fuck would happen to any city? Within 2 weeks, it would be rat infested. And within 1 month, you'd be in the fucking dark ages. The bubonic plague would magically appear again, and you'll have typhoid. I don't know, any number of things. And so you, in your silly little small mind, you begrudge paying 20% of your wages. You live in the best world that there's ever been.
Right.
Even the poor person today lives vastly more privileged than a king 200 years ago.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
this is why I just say this shit. They don't like it.
Yeah. Yeah. Just the fact that we have plumbing is better than
Yeah.
most of history, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've got a flushing toilet, and it
Yeah.
takes your stinking turds away and magically purifies that water and puts it back in your fucking drinking tap. How's that for genius?
Yeah.
And yet you don't want to pay 20% of your fucking earnings. You idiots.
Yeah.
Fucking retards. And so, they're uneducated, that the guy's an intelligent person. In lots of respects, he's intelligent, but he needs me pointing something out, and then he goes, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. And then
Yeah.
he'll change his opinion.
Yeah. And there's ways to get around that. Go live in the wilderness if you don't want to pay taxes, and then you don't have your running water coming to your tap and your amenities that they provide. So yeah, everybody has the choice, I guess, and what
And that's
they
what I tell them.
from.
I tell them, I say, unfortunately, all the good bits of the earth are owned,
Yeah.
but I do believe there's free plots in the Amazon jungle. Take your pick. I do believe that 99% of the Andes mountain range is available, and you can lay claim to 100 square miles, and you can build your stone fucking cabin there. But I don't really know what you're going to be eating and drinking unless you have heavy snow that will take care of the water. But as to eating, I think you're probably just best phone Amazon and get a parcel delivery. What are people thinking?
Yeah. Like when I first, I don't know, woke up, I guess we call it, I got into prepping a little bit and thinking like, oh, if it was the end of the world, I'll figure out a way to survive, and I'll move out up north in Canada where it's all just wilderness and I'll be fine. But I could, like, that's a possibility. I may survive it. I grew up as a Girl Guide and with a father that, taught me many things. We went camping. There's a chance I could survive, but I don't want to live that way when I can live like this. Right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. The issue being is that we, kings and queens, we're all kings and queens. We all live like royalty in the Western world. And this is why I've always suggested to everyone, look, people, if you want to even begin to know how privileged you are, then at least go on a week's holiday to India or to Africa or to Asia or, even just go to Mexico. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah. I was gonna say even South America, you'll see.
yeah, as soon as you get off the main strip, then it's a
Yeah,
shanty town, and everyone's
yeah,
injecting heroin and all this different sorts of shit. Go and see some of that, people, and
yeah,
then come back and then realize it's about time you started to share.
yeah,
Because you are throwing away an enormous amount of stuff, which would be a great privilege to all these people. Can you imagine one tin can, which you
mhm,
have a tin of soup in, you throw it away? Well, that would be a very, very big privilege for
yeah,
someone. Out in the African bush to have a tin can. Goodness me, they could put some holes in it and they can make a fire in it and then they can heat a pot on top of it. They could do a whole bunch of stuff. They can carry water from a well and, a whole array of stuff. We don't know we're born. And that's the thing. And people think they are privileged and they think that they have rights. And I say to them, you only have the rights that they give you. And
yes,
when they don't want to give them to you anymore, they will take them away in a flick of a finger. And so get prepared for some of that to start to happen because you've had it too good for too long.
right.
And so, it's difficult for people to want to accept. But when you listen to me speaking like this, um, with an intelligent person, it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, I can see where you're coming from rationally, but I don't want any of that shit. Well, of course, you don't want to give up your palace.
Right.
And you don't want to start sharing your wealth with a third world nation. You don't want to help other people survive. You don't want some of your wealth to be, spent on water pipes and medicines for them, do you? No, because you've grown accustomed to all your stuff, and it's pretty vile, really.
Well, I'd rather at this point that we spent the money in their country to do it than brought them all here. I'm done with
Yeah.
that. I've
Well,
got a family of them above me that drive me insane
right.
constantly. So yeah, but I
Yeah.
get that.
Well,
Like the way we've done it here, I like to think of it as like a suicidal empathy, especially with the liberals.
yeah.
But yeah, we should have shared much more than we had through history.
Yeah.
It's obvious if you can have the first world and the third world, why can't we, uplift these ones to the second world? Is there even a second world? What is considered the second world? You never hear anyone
Yeah.
mention the second
No,
world.
the second world kind of like an invisible world, isn't it?
Right. Yeah. I feel like we're more second world now because they've brought them to us.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I wouldn't say we're full on third world, but I think we've been demoted to second by now.
Yeah. Yeah, because all the things we can no longer afford, and
Right.
the facilities that are being taken away from us. Yeah, the whole of humanity is being leveled out.
Right.
That's what liberalism is all about. It's all
Yeah.
about leveling the terrain. And the people that have been living on the promontories and on the mountaintops, they ain't gonna like it because they've got the furthest to fall.
Mm.
But the people that are sitting in doorways on heroin and they've never done anything save be on minimum benefit and things like that. Well, their world isn't going to change. They're going to get their government handout, or even if they're not getting the government handout, if they are just relying on people throwing a few coins into a paper cup, their world isn't going to change. It's not going to get worse. The chances
Right.
are, it's only going to get worse for all the people that were forgetting themselves, forgetting the pain and the suffering and the resource raping and
Yeah.
all this different sorts of stuff. Until now, slowly, we've been it's been brought to our attention. And I think these wars in Ukraine and in the Gaza Strip. You've got the mainstream media, legacy media, constantly filtering this stuff down to us, showing us how terrible their lives are. And they are getting us to feel empathy because otherwise we wouldn't have an ounce of it.
Right.
So, what has brought around now this thing about, give these ethnic minorities a chance because their kids keep getting sniped, on a daily basis. And we see human trains of them carrying a few baskets of their world possessions through miles and miles and miles of rubble. Well, all this has been brought to our attention now, and it's a case of, well, these people deserve some of what you have got. And then it's kind of like, well, I suppose so. And then initially, I don't know what it was like in your country, but we had people, clapping and welcoming all of these immigrants at our shores for the first few years.
Yeah.
And now they're out in the streets shouting for them to be sent back.
I think here the same people that greeted them are still happy to have them here because they're
Right.
sheltered from them. They're the rich or the upper middle class that don't have to live with them. They
Yeah,
don't have
yeah,
to go to the like here, you lived here. We have the Tim Hortons as our like cheap coffee, right?
yeah,
So they own and operate all of those now, but they go to the Starbucks. The rich people, they don't have to, or the well off people, they don't
yeah,
have to deal with these people at all, almost.
yeah,
So that's the difference. That's why they are okay with it. They
yeah.
benefit from it. A lot of them probably even own some of the businesses that are hiring these people at the government subsidies. So yeah,
Well, you see, these people, they're ideologists, and their world, like you say, won't change.
right,
Because they live up on the mountains and they ain't
yeah,
never been leveled, and so they despise the man in the street, and so it's kind of like, yeah, we'll just pile in a load of brown and black ones
yeah,
until they come begging us for the smallest of resource because they've got too big for their fucking boots because everything that they've got we've given it to them, and now they think they're kings of their fucking castles. They're not, and so it's time that they should get a few sharp lessons. And I think that's what's happening. And I've got a hair trapped between my tooth. And yeah, it's one of these things. It's inevitable. Balance has to come about. We can't just keep getting nations getting richer and richer and richer and more grand and more wasteful. No, it's got to stop. Somewhere it's
yeah.
got to stop. And, it started. Got it.
I understand that feeling. I can't stand a hair in my mouth.
Yeah. So it started now, and we are in the middle of it. But I say to people, look, I grew up in an incredible time.
Yeah.
Probably the best time in Britain. It was the period of affluence, and albeit, I've lived through 3 world recessions. Um,
Mm.
uh, I was never queuing up at a soup kitchen. I was never, digging my own well for fresh water and all these sort of things. It's just that, I never had £1,000 spending money in my pocket. Things got a bit tight, but I still drove around my posh car and I lived in a nice house and, all these different sorts of things. But it's all about levels, isn't it? But yeah, I've been through all that, and I've seen the world becoming more and more crass, and people getting more and more fat and more stupid, and more taking everything for granted. And I'm like,
Yeah.
well, what's actually good and positive about the human race at this moment in time? I can't think of anything. Can you?
No, not really. I've thought about it as well. A reason for
Values
us.
have gone. The social cohesion that we had is
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah.
Our standard of morals is gone. The facility to be entrepreneurial is gone.
Yeah.
We've all just become battery operated automaton. well, I'll say they have. I never was, never will be.
Right.
But I don't. I'm not going to mourn human being 1.0. I'm going to welcome human being 2.0, whatever that manifests as, because I'm quite confident that lots of the negative, nasty traits would be ironed out.
Mm. You would hope so.
Yeah, and so I mean, I wonder what that would look like. What does the world look like in, let's say, 20 years' time, when we don't have any vehicles being driven by humans, we don't have any humans operating factories and shops and all this thing. We have AI robots walking among us, just like on uh, uh, AI movie. What's the black guy? Um,
Oh, Will
Will,
Smith.
Will Smith. Yeah, just like in that movie with Will Smith. Robots everywhere.
Yeah,
And we keep seeing it. We've been seeing it in movies for so long,
yeah,
because they was conditioning us into accepting what's going to happen.
absolutely. I don't think I would want to live in that world though. I enjoy nature too much, and
Well,
I don't know.
yeah,
It's just
I think that of course this is going to be a thing in the cities. The hubs of
absolutely,
every nation are
yeah,
going to be these battery operated centres, and I'm pretty sure that you're still going to get villages on the outskirts
yeah,
which don't have robots. Which just have little communities, and
hmm,
maybe it's going to be that more and more people are flooding back out again from the cities into the small communities, working from home, as far away from society as they possibly can, with all this stuff. Only they get their groceries delivered. They don't need to go to the supermarket. They do it or get it all delivered, by AI cabs or drones and,
drones.
and all
Yeah,
this sorts of thing. I don't
yeah,
think there'd be too much reason to want to go into a city. And what I know about my home country, they've been destroying the cities for about 30 years. Maybe longer, but very, very discernibly for about 30 years, uh, to the point whereby all of the indigenous people were in those cities have fled
mm,
because of the infiltration of undesirables. And so
yeah,
it seems to me that it's absolutely a plan, because what they want to do is they want to level the cities of all the unsightly buildings. They want to keep the listed buildings. They'll keep them, they'll refurbish them, and they'll make them into beautiful apartments and this, that, and the other.
yeah,
But they want to level the cities because they want to make 15-minute cities.
yeah,
So if they started to say to all the indigenous people who owned land and property, we're asking you to leave, well, fuck off. This home is owned by my mother and by
yeah,
my mother's mother. I ain't going anywhere. I'll die in this home. And so they know that. They know the silly mentality. So, well, it's just a case of, well, let's introduce a plague of rats then, because that's effectively what they've done. They've unleashed rats into the cities, and now they're everywhere, and all the white people, they're all fleeing, they're all jumping ship, and all you're going to be left with is a rat infested ship, which everyone's going to cry for the sinking of, and then the government are going to go, mission accomplished.
yep,
Mission accomplished. Then they'll send the bulldozers in. They'll create their 15-minute cities. And
yeah,
so, I can see that. I can see that the reason why they're doing this, it couldn't really be any other way. They couldn't appeal to the citizenry with any logic, because they're all too small-minded. And
right,
so when you look at how government deals with the masses, it's because they're absolutely thick as shit.
yep,
How else are you going to do it?
yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's why I
So,
wonder: are we a prototype for Human 2.0 then?
well,
Could the world be a better place with people if everyone was more like we are?
more conscious.
Mm,
It depends what sort of world they want, you see,
well,
because
We wouldn't fit well into their world, of course, but
No, because conscious spirited beings um, uh, are like water and oil.
yeah,
We're not going to mix with AI. And so I don't know how that would fare up. But already, what I've always known in my life is I've always been an anomaly. I've never fitted in with it back then. Really, I always had my own ideas, and I was always pioneering. And the things I wanted to do, nobody'd ever done before, nobody'd ever heard of before. And I'm like, am I an alien?
yeah,
Seriously, am I an alien or what? Yes,
yeah.
okay, so I'm an alien. And
My
so,
grandmother used to call me an alien as well. So
really,
yeah, from a
yeah.
very young age, she called me an alien. So
So how are you perceiving the world then? What made you alien like?
probably the same ways that you are, by the sound of it. Just the funny thing is, I can get along with everybody. It's not
Yeah,
an issue that way. I'm not like a weirdo, you know.
yeah,
I in high school I was one of those people that talked to everybody. It was one of those things for me. I can just adapt to talk to whoever I need to, but I don't want to talk to 99% of people.
yeah,
so
yeah,
yeah, how am I different? Well, yeah, strange. I don't know because like you've said before, only we can experience our own mind, our own existence, our own consciousness. So I always just assumed that everybody was like me to some degree,
yeah,
that maybe they just weren't as intelligent or something else. But it was only recently that I started realizing just how different I am from most people.
yeah, yeah. And the same with me. And it's kind of like in my book, I speak about how the transition came about. And I was lapping it up in the Matrix. I had the big
Mm-hmm.
cars, lots of properties, all the money, the holidays, and all that sort of stuff. And
So
I
you really
thought,
had no reason to leave the Matrix.
no, no, I didn't.
Yeah.
And so it was only by the grace of God, so to speak, that I did, because something called me, and
Yeah.
this thing says it's time now. And I've always felt that I've never been alone. I've always been guided. I've always been protected. I should have met my death 100 times over, all the things I've been doing, but I've always come out, unscathed, and
Yeah.
it's really, a source of. I would say bewilderment, if it wasn't for the fact that I've accepted it now, that
Yeah.
there's a purpose for me.
Mm-hmm.
And albeit what I'm doing is one of the smallest viewers on YouTube, and yet I'm one of the people with the knowledge, which is potentially the most valuable.
Yeah.
And that's, it's kind of like, well, look, with all the reading that I've done, with thinking people before, they all always said that nobody ever understood them. Nobody ever bought their books, and they were always reclusive, and they never had any friends, and invariably they never had no partners. I never met a philosopher who had a wife. I never heard of a
Mm-hmm.
philosopher who had a wife. It's just you are given to this life. And so I was listening to an Alan Watts video the other night, and I posted it. And he said, look, this spiritual awakening is just what it is. And this is going to happen to you. And then that's going to happen to you. And then you are going to leave your family members. You're going to leave your friends. You're going to leave your vocation. This is just what's going to happen. And there's no one that gets spiritually enlightened that stays with the same partner or the same friends and the same job in the same house. It just doesn't happen.
Right.
And so one of the things I'm sort of formulating a book in my mind, and it's about putting into words what I know is all around me. And what's all around me? It's something like Rupert Sheldrake's morphic resonance. These morphodynamic fields, they are imbued with information, and creatures of a certain ilk tap into them, and that's where their knowledge comes from. Like, how do bees know how to build hives? How does a spider know how to spin a web? How do ants know how to build cities and organize their armies and their foragers and all this sort of stuff? They don't do it from their tiny little brains. How do they take instruction? How does every single one of them know exactly every single day what to do? It's because they are like automaton. They're being fed radioactively, remote controlled by the morphogenetic field.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
so I know what these morphogenetic fields are. And even before I knew about them, I was looking at ant colonies, and I'm saying they must have what Jung used to call a collective unconscious. They must tap into that because their brains are probably non existent, but they've got a receptor for information which they operate from. So you can imagine they've got a tiny, tiny little computer circuit within their bodies, and they're being fed the electrical current, which enables them to do. If you look at it reasonably, logically, there's no other way that you could work out how an ant colony acts like a human colony. It
Right.
really does. And when
Yeah.
scientists tell you that the intelligence is premised on size of brain, because we've monitored all different sizes of brain, and it's only when you get to a chimpanzee-sized brain that you start to get intelligence. So it needs this mass of electrical impulses. And then we know dolphins have got a reasonable sized brain and they're intelligent. And then we know elephants have and they're intelligent. But ants, no, no, no. Mice, no, no, no. Bats, no, no, no. They work on or automated responses. It's all pre-written in their DNA. Nonsense. It's nonsense. It's not in their
Yeah.
DNA.
No, that makes sense to me as well.
So what I'm hypothesizing now is that this spiritual awakening thing is a morphic resonance, or you could say it's a cosmic band of consciousness. If you have, let's say, tears, if you can imagine different colors of bands.
Hmm.
And you've got, like, all different sorts of colors, and there may be 100 of them. Well, these are all particular frequencies of consciousness, and we are in one. And I speak about concentric circles of consciousness, right?
Yeah.
So this is a similar sort of thing. We are in one level of frequency. It's a frequency, and that's why other people don't get us,
Yeah.
because they can't comprehend us. And some of the things about them we can't comprehend. We don't
Right.
know why they don't have an internal monologue. We
Yeah.
find that unfathomable.
Yeah.
It's absurd. We don't know why you tell them things which are very, very logical, which they can't accept.
Right.
What parameters, what firewalls do they have in their minds? We don't know. But then when we start to think about, well, is this band of frequency? You go, makes perfect sense. It
Yeah.
answers all the questions. So what I'm saying about this spiritual awakening thing is that those of us like us, we have always already been formatted with the circuitry. And what had to happen is a certain stage in our lives, we entered into that frequency, which
Okay.
then turned on our motherboard, so to speak. So when this new motherboard was turned on, the other one becomes obsolete. So I know about my spiritual journey that all the other things that I were doing, the vast majority of them in any case, are all obsolete. I just stopped doing them. I stopped
Right.
socializing. I stopped womanizing. I stopped working. I stopped being an entrepreneur. Mostly I stopped
Yeah.
traveling. And I just did completely other different things, which were dictated to me by the frequency I was within. So what do you feel about that?
Yeah. So you're basically describing like the I guess what, like an ego death, a dark night of the soul that changes your life and then starts the process of awakening the consciousness. We all seem to have that same pattern of,
Yeah.
yeah, I agree. There seems to be trauma involved for everybody that I've heard of their stories. And
Yeah.
um
Trauma is the catalyst.
yeah, trauma seems to be the catalyst.
But by the way, have you got my book or?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't finished it, but
Uh,
I've started reading
so what chapter are you on?
it. I don't remember. I'm about a fifth of the way through it.
Okay. So I was speaking about the preamble today. The reason why I entered into the spiritual awakening,
Hmm.
massive trauma,
Right.
massive trauma, and I always maintain that a true awakening stems from the catalyst of massive trauma, because it's the massive trauma that fries your ego.
Yeah.
Because the
Right.
ego has to be killed. It has to die.
Yeah.
And when people talk about ego death when they have a psychedelic experience, no. The ego was momentarily superseded by the entheogen, but the ego is still exactly alive as it was before when the entheogen wears off. But when you have an ego death with a spiritual awakening, it melts. And
Right.
you actually have to build it back again. You build a new one. You
Yeah.
build a modification. You build one much more moderately operable, and it is subservient to the higher self.
Right.
Whereas before, the ego thought it was king of the castle.
Yeah.
And he thought, oh, spirituality is woo woo nonsense. And it dismissed all that stuff because it was afraid of it. And it didn't want anything to usurp it because the ego is an entity unto itself. It is, in actual fact, an egregore. The
Right.
ego is an egregore. It's a conglomerate of experiences which manifest into a physical thing, which is the human being. Because without the ego, we will be primates.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So
So I believe we all start on this path right from birth, that we're meant to awaken, regardless of traumas we've experienced. I think that we're just sort of fated to come across traumas that will trigger what we need to wake us
But,
up.
but many people, I've known many, couple of my best friends, they suicided uh, because they couldn't deal with the trauma. So
Right. So they weren't strong enough to make it through then, I
they
guess?
weren't strong enough or they weren't destined enough.
No. Because I can admit I've been suicidal many times in my life. I actually was suicidal before birth. I almost I almost killed myself during delivery. I was choking the I was choking
Oh,
myself with the
really?
umbilical cord to cut off the airflow before. And yeah. And so they were gonna go in for a cesarean, and I said, I guess I said, well, rather than scar her for life, it's gonna happen either way. I might as well just let go and let this happen. So then she was able to have a regular delivery. But I've been suicidal since the womb,
So
I
you
guess.
didn't even want to come into this dimension.
Right? Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
And so, I mean, that's a really,
But I
really,
still work through it, right? Like I'm still here. There's been many times where I've almost done it. I've been close enough. There's like a blade on the wrist or something, right? But
right.
something just stops me, and I figure no. Like I know I'm special. I'm here for a reason. There's a reason for
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
So I just push through it. But even to this day, I still have bad days where I think, you know what, maybe I should just get out of here, especially now with how crazy it is.
Right.
But
Yeah, well, I don't. I just I don't care. what happens. And I say there can be a meteorite shower, there can be a nuclear holocaust, there can be alien invasions. But I just find that all super interesting and stimulating.
I am at the
And
same point now as well. Yeah, I'm just here for the ride now, so I don't care what happens. It's
I mean,
just
I think Alan Watts maybe has said something like, this is the biggest movie in the cosmological
yeah,
cinema. This
absolutely.
this here and now is a fucking big deal, and every single one of us is super privileged to be here. And
Mm,
so the sooner you tune into this and embrace it, you know, eliminate all your fears and all your anxieties, and just go with it. Your eternal consciousness.
yeah.
And if people start to get a little bit upset about, not being able to buy 10 cream cakes in any given day because AI says no, because AI has become your surrogate mother and it knows that you're not responsible enough. And it monitors your weight and it says, to any individual, by the way, X, Y, and Z, you are 3 kilos, or let's say 3 stone, maybe to 20 kilos overweight. We're going to make some amendments over that
Mm.
and we're going to do it over time. Now, I've also seen Black Mirror episodes in relation, to this. You've got your Tamagotchi type of thing, and it tells you, when it's time to eat and how much and all those different sorts of things. And I'm thinking,
I think
well,
that would benefit some people, but not all people. Like people like us don't need that, but there are people that probably would benefit from that type of a system.
if AI was governing me and it told me that the bar of chocolate I ate this evening wasn't a necessary requirement, I'd go
Mm,
fine. I didn't need it. I
mm,
only had it because I thought, fuck it.
mm-hmm.
And so it would be better for my health if I didn't eat it. And I'd save the money and spend it on something else.
Right.
And if AI says to me, that your consumption of sugar these days is about 40% excessive. Um, what can you cut down? I'll go, no problem. Cut down shit that I don't really want to eat in any case, because I'm going through this winter sort of period whereby I'm like, I'm going to go up to 90 kilos. 90 kilos is my threshold before I bring it back down again.
Mm.
And I'm thoroughly enjoying eating bread and cheese and cream cakes and all that stuff. And then once I get to these 90 kilos, which is nothing on me, I just put on extra weight all over, which isn't discernible. I just lose my definition.
Mm.
And so that's just me wanting to be like a warrior, and have a six pack, and still think I'm 25 years old. I can do it, and if it's there,
Yeah.
why not? And so if
Yeah.
AI wants to control all that, I don't have a problem with it.
Mm.
And I'm thinking, well, what else is AI going to tell me that I can't do? What sort of things would you think AI is going to tell us that we can't do?
Well, I don't know. It's hard to say because I know that there's certain things they would like us to stop doing, like smoking cigarettes or drinking alcohol. But they also profit from those things by charging tax and duties on
Yeah.
them. So are they going to really want to abolish that stuff from our lives when they profit off of it? It's hard to say what they would judge us by.
Particularly in view of the fact that those are natural culling resources, and
Mm-hmm.
they want to reduce the population in any case. So they get massive
Yeah.
revenue from it, and they also reach one of their objectives, which they
Yeah.
proclaim not to have any authority over when they do. They
Yeah.
created this shit. They know how bad it is for us, and yet they allow it to happen.
And it's the same with the food. Like they're the ones offering us the poison food.
Yeah,
So to limit us, it seems like they're going to do it in, a nefarious way. Like people have speculated where they'll limit your meat intake because they don't, cows farts and climate change bullshit. But it's really because it's healthy and, you know,
yeah.
the
You
average
know,
person doesn't have a clue.
I don't see the globalists have any um, what can I say? I don't think they give a flying fuck about us being healthy.
No, they don't at all.
I think they want us dead,
Yeah,
and all these things they have created to kill us.
right.
And
But slowly enough that they can still use us for, 40, 50 years and then get rid
yeah,
of us.
yeah, they can still get us doing the shit they
Yeah,
want us to do because it only entails us sitting and getting fatter at an office
right.
desk or
Yeah,
driving a bus or something like that. So as long as they can get us dependent on these foods and the pharmaceuticals, then yeah, and if they, if we expire at 60 years old, well, that's just before the pension, so that's
yeah,
perfect. And so I think the world is set up absolutely perfect. And I don't believe that they want a healthy human being. I don't believe they're going to be creating all these wonderful things for us to do when we no longer have a fucking shit chicken packing job to do or bus to drive. I think they want rid of the vast majority of us, just like it says on the Georgia Stones. They only
yeah,
want 500 million, and those ones are the highest intelligence and the ones that are innovators. They don't need the chicken packers anymore. And so this, you see, if you look at it, all you got to do is look at it with your open eyes. And like I said earlier, I said, where are these leisure centres? Where are all these wonderful things? Where are all these beautiful gardens and parks being
yeah,
built for us to spend our wonderful leisure time? No, they're not there. Why? Because we ain't going to be there.
yeah. You see no preparation on their end for us. Even now, we're already losing jobs in Canada. It's a big issue right now because nobody wants to invest in our country. So we're losing jobs constantly with the tariffs and companies leaving to go to the States. And they're doing nothing. They're not even considering bringing in new business. They're not
Yeah,
trying at all. So these jobs are just gone. Like
yeah,
there's no solution for them. They're not offering them a UBI right now, even though they're offering for UBI to the people that come in from these other countries. But us, yeah, there's no option for us. There's nothing there for us when these jobs are lost.
yeah,
So I don't see anything but getting rid of us
yeah. And
as an option.
in our country, they've gone big into the preservation of wildlife and they've cordoned
Oh,
off so much of the British countryside because it's nature preservation. So, what they're saying is this stuff is too good for you, motherfuckers.
right.
You just
Yeah.
stay to the concrete
Yeah.
path. You just look at the trees. Don't be walking and crushing the grass. Don't be breaking those wonderful meadow
Yeah.
flowers and this, that, and the other. You leave all that there for us because we want to look at that. And that's how it's gone. And, many a time I go to these national parks and they're getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And all these fence and these signs are going up everywhere. Nature conservation, nature conservation. And I'm like, who the fuck are you conserving it for? Fucking
Yeah.
nobody comes up here as it is.
Well, that's
Whenever
what
I
I was going to ask you. Have you noticed less and less people frequenting those areas since?
for 30 years, 40 years, I've been going to these parks. There's invariably never been anyone there. And
Yeah.
I go to the promontory and I look up across the expanse of the land and I can't see anyone bar maybe one person walking their dog. There's like a dozen people down on the concrete road because people come out in their Sunday best with their white training shoes and they walk on the tarmac. They never dream of stepping onto the fucking grass. And
Yeah. So
so,
they can get their selfies.
yeah, yeah, they do the
Yeah.
fucking selfies and they take a
Yeah.
photo of a duck and then they fuck off.
Yeah.
And that's perfect for me because I don't want these
Exactly.
idiots because they don't appreciate these natural environments. And so, therefore, I am one of these um, uh, mm, elitists where I don't want them in the countryside because
Right.
whenever I see a crisp packet discarded or a beer bottle or a Coke can, I hate these motherfuckers
Yeah.
because they have no respect whatsoever. And that's why we absolutely have to keep them out
I
because they
agree.
do not respect it. And so I, think, as sad as it is, that people should be vetted and they should have a pass to go to these places. And it's kind of like you can come to these places, but we've got drones in the sky. And the moment you drop a cigarette butt, the moment you do this, the moment you do that, you lose your privilege. And that, it's pretty terrible when you got drones watching everything everybody does, but people can't be trusted. And the vast
No.
majority of people don't respect this stuff. And
Yep.
so whenever I'm going to these national parks, I'm always in the out of bounds realm. And when you go in the out of bounds realms, you've got trees which have fallen down 100 years ago. You've got fungi growing on them. You've got wildflowers. You've got everything. It's like Jurassic Park. As soon as you step outside of those walls, you've got barren, worn out grass and mud pathways where people have walked, and it's kind of like, I don't want that.
No.
I'm like them. I don't want these fuckers around. And so it's kind of like, why am I here, seemingly on the bottom rung of societal ladder when I think like those on the top?
I'm in the same position. I don't know what to do with my life. At least you feel like you have your purpose here, and you know, I don't even have that much right now. And yeah, I'm at the bottom at this moment. I don't have anything. I don't own anything, I have no assets. But yeah, I think the same way as they do. Like, I was going to ask you, would you think it's too far to even say that we should be vetting everybody, and below a certain IQ, they should just be gone? That we should sort of, in that sense of, eugenics, and get only intelligence breeding? Because I think that would be a valid solution for a better future, but that's really harsh. Most
Well,
people wouldn't even consider that.
yes, no, because most people think they're precious and they're God's children and this, that, and the other. But people have done these things for thousands of years.
Mm,
And in recent times, of course, with the German National Party, they were experimenting all these things, levels of IQ and,
yeah,
Aryan traits and, getting rid of the deformities and, the social deviance and all this sort of thing. Yeah. And then we can read books like Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, whereby, babies aren't created in the womb anymore.
right.
And now China has a womb uh, on sale for $1,400, whereby you can have your artificial insemination. You can grow your own baby in one of these wombs.
I
And
didn't realize they were already for sale. I knew that they were in the
well,
works, but I didn't know that you
yeah,
could
I
already.
mean, one of the documentaries I saw, that they were stating that the $1,400. Well, maybe that was an assumption of mine. Well, if they have a price, then they must be for sale. Because if they're
Right.
not for sale, they wouldn't have had a fucking price. Because you
Yeah.
can't say $1,400 and they'll be available in the next 5 years. Well, no, because it wouldn't be $1,400 then, would it?
Right. Yeah. So they obviously already exist, but that's crazy. I didn't think they were that far along with it.
Yeah. And Elon Musk is saying that many people will have house robots in the next three
Yeah.
years.
But
And
he did put a price on that. He said about 20 grand.
yeah,
Yeah.
and 20 grand, it's like not even, well, I mean, it's just above basic wage in Britain. So for the average, cashier girl, let's say the supermarket manager, they're probably on 20 grand. It's nothing in Britain. And you can buy a robot then for that, and it'll last, much, much longer, and you get much more work
Yeah.
out of it. Can you imagine companies that invest in one of these robots for 20 grand, which is 1 year's wage of an automaton, and they get sick and they're late and they drop things and they talk bullshit and all these different sorts of human things that are a problem for businesses? Well, you eradicate all that.
Yeah.
And you buy one of these machines, which probably have a guarantee for 5 years and a life expectancy of 10 before a new model comes in. And so you've got 10 years worth of output for 1 year for a human being. Well, the
Yeah.
human being is obsolete. And
Yeah.
and so, have you seen that sci-fi movie Mother?
I don't think so.
Okay, so it's set in the future, and there is like um, a big super tech living quarters. And this girl is being brought up by a robot, and the robot's called Mother. and the robot is bottle feeding the baby and teaching the baby all the schooling things and all the things it should know. And then one day, the daughter, when she's about, I don't know, 18 years old, she discovers an incinerator with burnt fetuses. And she realizes that why she hasn't got any brothers and sisters, because she's the only one, because all the rest of them have been burnt. And then it's kind of like you are killing the human beings when they are not perfect, because mother is trying to create a perfect human being.
Oh, that sounds
Because
interesting.
yes, it's very interesting. It's a very good
Mhm.
film, Mother, because the whole world went rogue. Humans became an abomination to themselves, and so AI decided to kill them. But
Right.
it kept the best of the best DNA, and it had a view of reseeding the world again. I've seen lots of AI movies with this theme. People have been thinking about
Yeah.
it for
Well, I
a long,
think,
long time.
yeah, they've already done that with our DNA, right? Collected what the best of it.
Yeah,
They did that with the COVID testing, the
yeah, yeah,
swabs.
yeah,
They were just mass DNA collecting.
yeah, yeah.
So
Gathering
they can create their
all
catalog for their future babies that you can pick whatever features you want. And
yeah, yeah, and so in the underground bunkers, they're
yeah,
already creating, the best of the best, because they already know how to use this CRISPR to eradicate certain diseases
right.
and human traits and things like that. And I'm sure they're doing all this stuff that they've been depicting to us in these movies. And so, what do I feel about that? Do I feel any moral obligation that we're all equal and we're all precious? No, I don't. I just don't, because, like you say, I don't even recognize a soul in most of them.
Right. Yeah.
And so, well, I mean, there's only a very, very few people going to be in agreement with us on that, because
Right.
what we have to accept is that at least 90% of the people watching this video are automaton. And if there are any awoken, then they are in the 1 or 2%. That is all, because that's the figures.
Right.
And I know that from dealing with people for let's say for as long as I've had YouTube channel for, I don't know, 12 years or something. I know that. I just read it every day in the comments. And
Yeah.
I know by the lack of people sitting down before me having this level of conversation. This level of conversation is terrifying to people, because, like, we can just go here, we can just go there, and we're not intimidated, we're not afraid, we just go with the flow. And
Yeah.
if we don't particularly know too much about that subject, we're not scared about it.
Right. This is the way I've conversed with the people closest to me my entire life. Like, we start with one topic, and 3 hours later, we've talked about 150 things, and it just flows from thing to thing. So, yeah, this isn't strange for me at all, but I understand why most people would be intimidated
Yeah,
by that.
and there's been a couple of things that neither of us have uttered during this conversation of 2.5 hours, and those things, I don't agree with that, and I don't believe that.
Mm,
Those things are not an entity to me.
right.
I don't have a belief about anything.
No.
And if I don't agree with something, I don't state that I don't agree with that. I'm probing, and I'm saying, well, let's have a look at that. Why do you think that? Let's have a
Yeah.
look at the veracity of that. Let's see if there's any efficacy. Like when I was speaking to Guy, I'm like, okay, so what you've just said is just your opinion. It's
Hmm.
your emotional ego talking. There's no veracity to that outside your emotions.
Right.
And
Yeah.
so then, what do people do? Well, they either get, really fed up with you, they feel intimidated, and angry, because you are compromising. Yeah, well, yeah, my son, and I'm like, oh goodness me, So you're speaking for your son, are you? Are you speaking for your 20-year-old son, your 30-year-old son, your 40-year-old son, your 50-year-old son? When are you going to stop speaking for your son? Why don't you stop speaking for your son right now?
Mm.
and allow your son to navigate whatever world he encounters, because you ain't changing a fucking shred of it. The only thing that you are remotely capable of changing is the insight of your son. Try to give your son a greater insight.
Right.
And then you've done your best by your son, because you've not projected anything onto him. You've not fantasized about any world that you want to create. You know, Guy was saying to me, yo, I don't want my son to grow up in the world that they've got planned. I'm like, who the fuck are you?
Yeah.
Mate, who the fuck are you?
Yeah.
When are you going to stop with this bullshit? This
Yeah.
train
Well,
ain't fucking stopping.
that's just what the need to have that control as the parent. You feel like you're a little bit in control of the outcome of your children's lives, maybe. I don't know. I'm not a mother, so I can't say, but
If people feel they've got a moral obligation, and of course you've got an emotional
yeah.
attachment. Now, I've never tried to change the world to make it fluffy for my daughter. You know,
Well, it's
in
pretty impossible, right? Like you're better off teaching them how to navigate a harsh world than trying to change the world into a better world.
exactly, just try to impart some useful information. Try
Yeah.
to open their minds. Try to enable them the facility of seeing things in another way.
Yeah.
And so even now, my daughter's 35. And if anyone said, yeah, well, do you want your daughter to go into this world? I'm going, my daughter's 35 years old. She's intelligent and able-bodied enough to be able to deal with it. And if there's something that she can't deal with and she gets all emotional about it, then that's just how it's going to be. I ain't ever going to be able to change that.
Right.
So why am I going to be fretting about it? Why am I going to be feeling all emotionally attached and, crying inside because this world isn't like I want it for my daughter? I don't want to leave this world like this. It's just the height of ignorance and naivety, isn't it?
Well, are his kids younger
Yeah.
or are they adults?
No,
Okay.
10 years
Yeah.
old.
See, I have a niece and nephew that are 7 and 10. So I can kind of see it from his angle a little bit. It would be nice to give them a better world, but
Yeah, but
realistically, I just know that it's not happening.
the thing is, what we know about human beings is they are a very adaptable creature.
Right.
And we can't be projecting onto the new model of the human being, because with every generation, it's a new model. It's a
Right.
new human being in a new world. The
Yeah.
world I was born into isn't the world I'm living in now.
Right.
And when the day my daughter was born in 1990, that world was very different from 1963 when I was born. And so, within 3 years' time, it's going to be very, very different. Within 10 years' time, massively different. And so there's not a single person on the planet that's prepared for these changes. And we're all going to be dealing with it in our own way. And the tools that we're going to need one of them is going to be acceptance.
Yeah.
Just to accept the things that are going to be changing, because you ain't going to be able to do shit about it. And if you
Yeah.
think you're going to take on the world, you see, look, people thinking they're taking on the British or the Canadian government by getting their placards and standing outside the government building. This isn't a country issue. This is a global issue. This is
Yeah.
194 countries which are all controlled and in it together. They come under the auspice of this hidden alien fucking entity which is running the world. And some people, they would have seen this during the COVID time, when every single
Oh, yeah.
TV channel on the planet had exactly the same lines and rhetoric, and even the pauses and inflections in those lines they were delivering. Well, fuck
Yeah.
me. I asked myself the question, who had the power to do that? In Pakistan, in Afghanistan, in Timbuktu, in fucking Venezuela, who had the power to do that, Nikki?
Yeah. Yeah.
If
I
it
think that revealed a lot. Yeah.
It
That
was
showed the
mad.
world that it's that we're already living in a global system.
Yeah.
The
It,
countries at this point are just an illusion. They're just, easier to control small pockets that way than to say that it's global, but it's clearly global at the top.
yeah, it's absolutely global,
Yeah.
and they've still got this pretense of each individual country with their prime ministers or their presidents. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. See,
you
I
know,
even think that's sort of what this open border thing was. It was just a test to see if they abolished all borders in the world and said that we just live in the world now, your passport is valid for any country, what would happen? How many people, if the first world was opened up to them, would try to flood in? And would it be too many people to sustain?
yeah.
And it for sure would.
Yes, well, they've had a taste of that, and
Yeah.
they left the borders open, and it's welcome, 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 welcome,
Yeah.
welcome, until in the end, it's kind of like, oh, this ain't never going to stop. This ain't
Yeah.
never going to end. And so we've got to close the borders. And okay, so they'll close the borders. Those that don't get deported due to criminal convictions, they'll be assimilated, and then they'll be ready to do it again in another 5 or 10 years' time
Yeah.
because
Whenever
their
they need to.
objective. Sorry.
Whenever they need to.
Yeah, their objective is a coffee-colored world. It's one language.
Yeah.
It's one human being. They don't want any xenophobia. They don't want any reason for cultural wars. They don't want any reason for religious wars. And this is why they're
They
in.
say that, but they do profit off wars and they love their wars.
Yeah.
There's such a contradiction in everything that they do.
Well, the cosmos is the paradox. But then we
Yeah.
say they. Well, we're assuming that they all agree on their objective. But what I've come to understand is it's just like, mafioso. When you got mafioso, you've got the Corleones, you've got the Benzinos or whatever. You've got different varieties
Yeah.
that, have jurisdiction over different parts. And so obviously you've got the Chinese idea, you've got the American idea, you got the British idea, you got the European idea, and we don't all agree.
Right.
And so even though we're kind of like tentatively heading for the same objectives, we've got objections along the way when it affects us personally, you
Yeah.
see. And so, yeah, I mean, during the COVID thing, everybody was in agreement with that because it was a global thing, and the world had to see how controllable it was. The powers that be needed to see what the parameters were. And
Yeah.
and so that's why everybody came under that jurisdiction. Now, what I want to know is how is it that African nations and all different sorts of two-bit junta or dictatorships, how come they came under the same jurisdiction?
Right. Yeah.
You know,
I wondered that as well.
it's kind of like everybody just down tools. It's kind of
Yeah.
like you've got a war going on, and then someone shouts, "Hang on, hang on, hang on! Let's call amnesty, and let's have a game of football like they did in the First World War between the trenches. Christmas Day, let's just pretend we're not at war with each other. It's Christmas Day, and we're going to have a game of footy. We're going to hug each other, and we're going to exchange cognac and cigars. But tomorrow morning, I'm going to blow your
Yeah.
fucking head off as usual." Yeah, I think it's something like that.
Yeah.
So trying to work this stuff out is immensely complex, but if we don't have any fixed way of looking at it, if we just have a collection of ideas and we say to ourselves, well, this idea kind of fits here, and then that idea no longer works over here. And then when we look at a smaller level, we can see, like, look, Bill Gates has got his ideas, Elon Musk has got his ideas, George Soros has got his ideas, and then other people in positions of power. Peter Thiel has got his ideas. Donald Trump's got his ideas, and everybody with their modicum of power have got their ideas. And so these global overlords appear not to have jurisdiction over them most of the time. I think most certainly they will pull them all in line whenever they really needed to, like
Right.
another COVID.
Yeah.
But when you've got Elon Musk fighting against the British establishment is massive. It's
Yeah.
very, very powerful. And when you've got one billionaire fighting, trying to bring down the establishment, and to bring the people up against, to rise up, well, that's basically treason or insurgents. If he was a British subject, he could be tried for treason.
Right.
But because he's not, then what is he? He's a warmonger.
Yeah. I
He's
guess.
a threat to the British establishment. And, if he continues, then I wouldn't be surprised if he gets whacked.
Yeah.
And so then people say, well, yeah, they're all in it together. Well, I mean, I don't see that they're all in it together because I see them pulling in very different ways.
Yeah. You do see that often. Even using the Musk example with Trump, how they were buddy buddy at the beginning of, or near the end of the campaign, beginning of his administration, and then they had that falling out. So you see that there's issues among them. They're not all on the same page.
Yeah. And so that is a classic real-time example. And then when
Yeah.
Musk starts telling the world that Trump is on the Epstein files,
Mm-hmm. Like he's
wow,
not.
wow. Yeah, I mean, like he's
They
not.
all are.
But for one to say that,
Yeah.
wow, you know that you're dealing with someone uncontrollable,
Yeah.
uncontrollable. When he acts completely outside of the realm of professional etiquette. If he
Yeah.
was one of them, he would have never have dared to say that, because the ramifications of running your mouth on that level is very, very potentially dangerous. And
And
so he showed himself to be a wildfire.
he's done that before, which I've wondered about him. Why he seems to have I don't want to say immunity, but maybe special privileges above some of the others in the club. Is it just that he's the richest person in the world on paper, or is there something more to that?
Yeah,
Like,
well,
I think back to his Halloween costume a few years ago, where he was dressed as the devil's champion. And it makes me wonder, was he being honest in that moment and telling us that's what he is? He's the devil's right hand man. It would explain why he's the richest man in the world too, right? But
yeah,
I don't know how deep that stuff goes. If it's all just bullshit or there's anything to it.
yeah,
So
and then when you've got things like his grok.
right.
He said he set up Grok because of the corruption going on with other systems, and he wanted his to be free. Now, a clever person would say, well, if you as a mafiosi, you own all of these AIs. Of course, it's like politicians. You get them pretending to fight against each other.
Right.
And then you keep the audience busy and engaged, because if everyone's just doing one thing and everyone's one happy family, then people are losing interest and you won't be able
Mm.
to maintain their energy. And
Yeah,
this
you have to
world,
keep that drama going.
yeah, this world is all about the extraction of human energy. Now,
Right.
it's very, very important that they keep needing to get the human energy, because this life force is the most important thing in the cosmos, it would appear. And this life force, whatever form it's in, it's a consumable. We can eat it, or we can utilize it, we can capitalize it, we can do a billion things. It's got value because it's energy, it's raw energy, and the whole cosmos consists of energy. And
Yeah.
so, if you owned all of the AIs, then it would make much more sense to have a goodie and a baddie. And then you pretend that one is the baddie, and then you create the goodie. And then you
Mm.
get people feeling much more free to go and talk to the goodie. And they tell
Right.
them all their problems, and then they call the baddies such wankers. So what it does is it allows the world to see who's who.
Yeah.
So the global masters can see exactly who the opposition is because they've got everybody running their mouths. If you
Right.
have one AI over the whole world, or just goody AIs, you wouldn't never know who the internal enemy was. So I think that very, very could be a reason. And Elon Musk is no different to any of the rest. He's just a tool. He's just being used, and everybody, you see these intelligent people when they're goofy and they're outrageous and things like that, and you see the whole thing about autism.
Yeah.
Elon Musk is autistic, and well, what do we know about autistic people? Well, they can be a little bit crazy, and they're super intelligent, and this that, and the other, and then all different sorts of things like the Hitler salute can be excused. And when he says Trump basically is the paedophile, it can be excused because
Right.
autistic. Yeah, no, and it's kind of like in the old days, with the Jews. Anyone that said anything against them was anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
It was a tool, but now that's
Yep.
not working anymore. And
No.
and you see, here's one thing. We'll finish off on this because we're almost up to 3 hours. Um, let's say 30 years ago, the Jews had the footing, and it was all about the Jews are doing this and the Jews are doing that. And of course, David Icke was shining a light on them, the Zionists and this, that, and the other, and all these people in the banks and all the people in governments, they're all the Jews and this, that, and the other.
Mhm.
And now there's a role reversal, and now the educational system, which was supposed to be a Jewish thing, created by the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers,
Yeah.
founded by them to teach the idiot in the street exactly what they wanted them to know. Well, all of a sudden now, it seems like they're shooting themselves in the foot because the same people that were running these institutions, that created these institutions, now are imploding, and now the Jew isn't the flavor of the month, and everybody hates the Jew. And it's kind of like, well, how did that happen? Because these college institutions, they've always been liberal, they've always been left, and they've always been controlled by that certain sector. And
Right.
so very, very curious now that they seem to be biting themselves in the tail.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that myself. I can't figure out why they went that route with the Jews and they were the perfect victims. They had the name for it. You're anti-Semitic, and they used that to every advantage they could. But yeah, they're sort of turning the tables on that one, and I don't know what the goal is there. Because you
Yeah.
would think at the time we're in that they would still want support for Israel, but I don't know. Maybe they've got some plans over there that I don't fully grasp yet. So
Yeah, and so when you've got people like Trump, who is an avid Israel supporter, and when you've got the vast majority of the administration of Trump, which is Jewish,
mhm.
and America, even though it's completely broke, it's still giving trillions to Israel, and all that stuff going on. It's kind of like, who are these people then, which are trying to bring down Israel?
Yeah.
And they're the same people that are bigging up. They are backing the Muslim sector
Mhm.
of the world. Now, the Muslim sector has never been favourable. The Western world, in actual fact, most of the world, well, all the world except Muslims, have always hated Muslims, and have always been afraid of them because they're very, very dangerous. They've got a very
Right.
dangerous mentality, and it's archaic, and it's just not conducive with globalism, unless it's their
Right.
globalism. But they're promoting that. They're
Yeah.
promoting the whole Islam thing over that of the whole Jewish thing. Man,
Right.
that is a table turning.
Yeah. Because it's happening quite often here in Canada. We have Jewish communities within Toronto, which is like I think it is our biggest city, or it's one of the biggest. And yeah, they're allowing the Muslims, Palestinian people, they're protesting groups, the Antifa, whoever's involved with it. They're allowing them to do it constantly. There's no repercussions. If the Jews just step out of line to try to stand up for themselves, they're the ones being arrested. Like, it's definitely changed tides here and how they're
Yeah.
accepting these people as almost a new Jew, a replacement Jew in that sense. Like they're untouchable. The police don't seem to care when they do anything wrong. So yeah, it almost feels like it's a replacement for them. But I don't understand why they're
No,
doing it.
I'm trying to work out what the power is. It seems to me then that the power must be something over and above the Jewish thing. The Jewish
Mm,
thing was only ever a tool. It was only ever given that license because it suited the powers that be at that moment in time. But now it doesn't suit the powers that be. They have turned the tables. They have defected from their support for Israel, and now Israel is feeling the ramifications of this because all of a sudden the Islamic State, with all their barbarism and all of their nonsense, now that's being supported and that's being promoted over all things that
yeah,
are good and established on the world. So it would seem then that, look, if you want to back a nation of barbarians, effectively, people that believe in that stuff and consider that the whole world should be under Sharia law and
yeah,
that everyone who isn't a Muslim should be put to the sword. That's what it states in that
yeah,
Quran. And so they all believe that. And so if anyone is promoting that, then they are promoting the death of the West.
right,
Who's doing that?
yeah. Well, the
Someone's
problem
doing
is the average idiot on the street is doing it as well because they're so ignorant they don't even understand.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
they're supporting them
Yeah. So
without realizing,
it's so
especially the women that want them here.
yeah.
Like that's what drives me crazy with it. They don't understand at all how big a threat these people are to them as a woman,
Yeah.
physically, societally,
They've got
respectfully.
no
There's so many
idea
ways.
what Sharia law is
Yeah,
gonna do to them.
yeah,
And this is why I don't have any sympathy at all. They deserve every bit that they get because if Islam ever takes over a nation, they'll know within an instant what they
mm,
can and can't do,
yeah,
and they'll all be fucking crying and begging for mercy because they are going to be under the jurisdiction of barbarians,
yeah,
effectively, and people that hate the West and any Caucasian people.
yeah.
Now, without getting involved in too much so-called hate speech,
Mhm.
um,
Yeah, you
uh,
could get in trouble for that now, right?
yeah, yeah. But
We haven't passed those bills here yet, but they're coming. So
yeah, but all I've done is I've stated clearly what's happening.
right, yeah,
But just saying things like a certain people may be barbaric. Well,
yeah,
I mean, there's certain things in this day and age that you can't exactly say. But the chances are me of having any Muslims watch this video is very, very slim. So
right.
let us wrap this up in 10 minutes. Is there any particular video that you've seen of mine in recent times that has made an impression on you or got you thinking in any particular way?
Ooh. I don't
I
know
mean,
because lately most of your videos are gifty related, so you
yeah,
haven't been doing your usual videos. But I don't know that I can think of one specifically. But
well,
I was surprised with your view on the whole AI, the digital ID, the hive mind. I expected you to be more against it,
yeah,
the way that most of us would. But
yeah.
so that did surprise me.
Yeah, and
Um,
there was about 14 people unsubscribed, but within the month they'd all come back again, or new subscribers. I think probably most of them come back again because they go other places, and it's kind of like they ain't getting what they're getting here.
No, exactly.
They just ain't getting that. The authenticity, and I can see why something like that, a big subject like that, would trigger a lot of people. And
Right.
so, in their anger, they unsubscribe and they make a point. But then, by the time they've listened to a dozen other videos, it's kind of like, well, no, nobody's even coming close to touching me emotionally like the Awakened Brave. And so, why did the Awakened Brave touch me so emotionally? What is it that is so sore and raw within me? And so then when they come back, and then I'll present it to them again. I'll just keep presenting it to them, and I'll tell
Mm.
them, here's why I'm telling you this. And I'm pointing out this history. I'm pointing out this book, and I point out this video, and I point out this rationale, and I'm saying that how could you refute it? And if anybody wants to have a conversation, argument with me about that, then come on. I'm all ears. How you're going to defend it? Because I'm 1 billion% positive that you ain't going to do it.
Yeah.
Because it's just the way the world's going. The whole world is driven towards it.
Yeah.
And so a few people with fucking torches and pitchforks out in the street ain't cutting shit. It ain't the
Yeah.
1700s anymore,
Yeah. I agree. And the funny thing is, as far as the digital ID goes and the surveillance and tracking and biometrics, I believe that the jab did that. It connected those people to. I believe the 5G was for that reason, to connect them, so they're already tracking all their biometrics.
Yeah.
So they did it covertly. People don't even realize it's already happening.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's all farce, and it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. At the end of the day, if you have too much of an investment in the human experience, then the ego generates a billion fears.
Yeah.
And if you know what the ego is, if you have stepped outside of the ego, if you have had your ego imploded and you can see how weak it was, and how fake it was, and how it had so many preconceptions which have no ground, well, then you will see with clarity. But this needs a spiritual awakening, because until that happens, people won't see it. And they
Right.
will never ever be able to step outside their emotional ego standpoint, because that's what they think they are, and they
Yeah.
are that. They are that because they haven't realized anything else. And
Right.
like we both agree, lots of them aren't actually spirited beings. They may be soulless. I mean,
Yeah.
there's so many different ways to define the soul and the spirit, and lots of people will conjoin them. But for me, the soul is the very life essence of the human being. It's that thing that gives it light. It's like a light bulb is the human body, but it doesn't have a soul until the electricity is turned on. And so it's that
Mhm.
life force which gives that sentience. And the spirit is something which connects them to the cosmos. And it's that level of extended consciousness. Now, it's
Yeah.
that level of extended consciousness that they don't have.
Right.
I think all animals have souls, because they've got blood running through their body. They've got electrical circuits. They've got electricity in the body. So the light has been turned on. So they've all got
Right.
souls, but they don't have spirit.
Right. Because they even have individual personalities. If you, like, you see between Providence and Gifty, there's differences,
Yeah,
noticeable differences.
yeah.
Just, yeah. So I agree with that then. Yeah, I can see
Yeah,
that.
and so it's this spirit then that is the thing. And in my book, you'll come to the chapter at some stage where I say that God, intuition, love, uh, and spirit, they're indistinguishable. They all pertain to the same thing. We don't know what any of them are. We can't define any of them. They are just a concept. There's an essence, but there's something real about them. There's something real about the feeling of love. Now, when I'm with Gifty, that thing I've been contesting, and jousting with and everything, and trying to get people to engage and see if they can define what love is. Well, it's indefinable, but that connection is with these squirrels, with Providence and with Gifty. There's a very, very powerful connection, which was
Yeah.
always there. It's always been there. And it's just like electricity is always in your house, and then when you push the plug in, then you have the delivery of the power. Well, when
Right.
one of these creatures comes into my life, that turns on the love.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
so then when we think about God and we try and experience God, we can experience what is being termed loosely as God when we feel the deep rooted connection and knowing of this incredible genius, which is that thing that gives us life. That's God.
Mm.
We're all God. And it's kind
Yeah.
of like, look, all you got to do is just shut the fuck up and just think and feel. And that thing that's thinking and that thing that's feeling is God.
Right.
And you take consciousness away, and there's nothing in existence. And now people may say that, yeah, well, a slug still exists. Well, you are assuming that consciousness is still around when you're dead and all human beings are dead. But every single thing about the cosmos comes out of human consciousness. Every single thing. So if we take human consciousness away, then we take the cosmos away.
Mm.
You know, it's ridiculous to assume that the cosmos exists without consciousness.
Right.
And now more and more people are starting to get involved with this. Now, I'm often speaking about Donald Hoffman. He's a professor and a scientist and, you know, a mathematician and all different sorts of things like this. And he's now saying that he's proved through his maths that time and space isn't fundamental. And
Mm.
that was a given in Einstein's day. But now we're evolving and we're discovering more and more stuff. What they're saying now is consciousness is fundamental. And that's what I've
Right.
been saying for this last fucking 10 years. So it's nice to see that people who have respect and believability are saying the same thing. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and they're coming at it from their maths because they need to do that. They need to prove it with something of substance for the idiots. But I,
Right.
I don't prove anything to nobody. I'm just
Yeah.
saying I know that. And
Yeah.
there's been thousands of people previously who have known it also. And
Yeah.
you will know it when you're connected to it, when you know you are it. You don't need to write no fucking math down about it.
Yep. Actually, I did want to talk to you about consciousness a little bit because I mentioned that I have seizures, and there's a time between when I go offline when I have one. Like my consciousness is offline, like I'm asleep. And when I wake up from it, I physically wake up before my consciousness returns. So there's maybe a minute or 30 seconds, depending, where I'm basically a zombie, I guess
Yeah.
you could call it. And so I've always wondered about that. Like, where is my consciousness when it's not there? Because I can still, like, people say I'm still talking, but I'm not there. I know I'm not there until that moment where I snap back into this body, I guess. And so that's always been strange for me, trying to figure that out. Wondering, is it similar to dreaming or sleeping? Is it different? Is it because it's like a trauma basically that my body's going through at the time of a seizure? But yeah, just something sort of to, get your opinion on there.
Yeah. So when you have the seizure, is it like your ego exits the body and you can't feel the body and you don't know you're speaking and you don't know what you're doing?
Right. It's from the moment that it starts. Yeah. It's like I go offline completely. So yeah, I guess you could call it, funny enough, because I think my first ego death did happen during a seizure. When I woke up, I was a different person and I didn't even love my partner anymore at that point.
Right.
So I think it could just be that. I don't know. That's why I'm kind of posing a question for what you think about it.
Right. Well,
because it seems like, yeah, I just go offline. If I'm standing, I'll just fall to the floor, hit the ground like I've passed out. And then that's where I start. And then once my body stops, it takes, I don't know, it can take minutes of just laying there like I'm asleep before I'll come back to. But then when I do, I start speaking and looking around, acknowledging people, but I'm not in my body at that point. I'm like
right.
sleepwalking or a zombie,
So you're calling your I what? Consciousness?
I guess. Yeah. Like,
So
yeah, separating, yeah, just
yeah,
body
so
and
spirit,
consciousness.
consciousness. I don't distinguish between the two. So
Okay.
when your body is doing all that stuff, um, uh, you are not thinking from an egotistical perspective. You're not thinking, "Oh shit, this is happening to me. I feel pain" or anything like that.
Right.
Is there any ego there at all? Are you compass mentis about anything in your body?
No. No,
Okay,
like I say, I'm completely offline. Like someone hit like the off button and I
so
just,
are you unconscious then?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Until
O-
that moment where my body wakes up before my consciousness
Okay.
returns.
Now this is the critical part. When your body wakes up, your consciousness is there because you know that your body's waking up.
Right, but I don't. That's the weird thing. I'm talking to other people or acknowledging them in whatever way, but I'm not aware until sometime later. Not long. Like they say it's 30 seconds to a minute, maybe 2 minutes at the longest, where it's a little bit gibberish. I'm not quite making sense, but and I'm not there. I'm still offline. I'm still basically dreaming. And for lack of a better term, would be like I'm sleeping, dreaming, not even dreaming, just
No,
sleeping.
let's
Same
say
thing.
unconscious. If
Yeah.
you don't
And
have any
then
recollection,
when I do it, when it comes back online, it's just like an instant thing. Whatever I'm already looking at or whoever I'm speaking to, I'm just back in.
okay, and
I'm aware then that I'm me again or that I'm back and I'm fine. But
right,
it's just it's that time where the consciousness isn't there that
okay.
really
So
gets me thinking.
there's experiences that I've had, and if I explain this to you, if it is this, then obviously say it is. But if it isn't this, then um, if you don't go, yes, that's exactly it, then don't assume. So there's lots of times when my consciousness has when my ego has left the building, my consciousness has still remained in the body, and I can feel and I can observe and I can see, but I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't know what I'm feeling, and I don't know where I am because coming back into the body or observing through the body without the ego to tell me what I am experiencing is a very different scenario. So, one occasion was when I was down in Portugal, and a friend came down to see me, and he was telling me about a certain state of consciousness which he used to experience when he was a kid. And because I was telling him about DMT, and we tried DMT together, and then we spoke for 5 solid months every single day, 8 hours every single day, walking up and down these beaches, about all this stuff. And it's incredible how two people can spend that amount of time together and never ever get bored. Always got so much to say, and it's just when two spirits meet like that, it's endless.
Yeah.
So he said to me what he used to do when he was a kid. He'd stand in front of a friend and he'd say, breathe in 12 times very, very deeply. So you breathe in and you do it 12 times. And then on the 12th time, your friend would get their hands and they would squeeze the neck and push it in like this. And what that would
Okay.
do, that would block the carotid or artery. That would cut off the blood to the brain, the brain would go unconscious, and
Mm.
then you'd be unconscious for about 30 seconds or maybe a minute. And then I remember lying. I didn't know I was lying, but what my recollection was is I was looking at my friend's face, looking at me, smiling, laughing like this, and basically you're saying, "You see, you see, you see." But I didn't know that he was saying that because I didn't know what was going on because my ego wasn't there. My consciousness was there, and I had this wonderful feeling, absolutely blissful feeling, and I was looking up at a clear blue sky with his smiling face looking down at me. And then after about 30 seconds, I started to say, I was this, that, and the other. And then I went, oh, fuck, you just put me unconscious. And he went, yeah. I said, for 30 seconds, my ego wasn't there. My consciousness was there and the world was perfect. The world was beautiful. You looked like an angel. And I didn't comprehend anything, but everything was wonderful. Did you experience that?
Not exactly the same way. But I do think it's something. It seems like it could be the ego that goes offline. It's almost like it has to go through that 30-second to a minute like reboot where it's
When
not
you when you
there.
when this happens sometimes when I'm doing yoga, and I'll go very, very dizzy, and I will see the world about me, but I won't know what I'm looking at because the ego has been disconnected.
Okay. Yeah, it's not exactly like that then. It is different.
And when the ego is disconnected, there is no reason to feel objectionable about the world at all because you don't have any experience.
Okay.
Because it's our experience which we project onto everything. And that's
Right.
what kills our spirit.
Okay.
Because we've learned about fear and pain and
Yeah.
disappointment, and we've took everything for granted, that that's the tree and that's the bird and that's the sun and that's the sky. Let me run another one by you. This was a moment of samadhi. In samadhi, you become one with everything. And I've never heard it said like this because they speak in different terms when Buddhists or Hindus are speaking about the oneness. They're just saying you become one with everything and there's no discernible difference. But they don't get into the psychological or scientific or whatever. They don't say, look, your ego, it's the operating system. It's that thing that's
Right.
built as fiction, right? You take that fucking thing, you take the projector away from the movie and there's no movie anymore.
Yeah.
There's just the screen, and the screen is the world. And on this occasion, I was cycling, and I just stopped to have a look at some leaves on the tree because I'm very interested in trees and everything. And it was in the height of summer, the big fluffy clouds in the sky. And I got off my bike and I went over to the tree, and all of a sudden, I just felt just something just lift off of me, and I just stood in a world which was love, and I knew that the world was for me, and I was cherished, and I was the whole purpose for the world. And I looked up at the sky and the clouds, and I didn't know what they were as skies and clouds. I felt absolutely wonderful in a world that I didn't recognize. And then slowly my consciousness came back on, my ego came back on, sorry. And then I'm like, fuck, what just happened?
Right.
My filtering ability just disappeared. I didn't know what those were up in the sky. I didn't know it was sky. I didn't know anything. And
Yeah, see,
so,
that sounds interesting. I wish that was what I experienced.
yeah,
But no, for me it's just, yeah, as soon as I come back, I know where I am. The first time, obviously, I didn't. I was like, why is everybody standing around me, staring at me? What's going on? But after a few times, as soon as I would come back online, wherever I was, I just knew, oh, okay, I had a seizure again. I'm back
right.
now.
So it just sounds like then you just go unconscious.
Right, I guess. But what always tripped me up with it was just that time where I appear to be awake, but I'm not conscious. There's nothing going on. I can't see, hear, feel. none of it is. So I just wonder, am I effectively a zombie at that point then? Or, am I just sleepwalking? Is the consciousness just taking a while to get back or to wake up from it? Like, it's just strange.
Okay, well, just tell me that again. Just say that again. What
What?
happens? I'm trying to work
Um,
out what part you're actually conscious of.
okay, so yeah, if I were to have one right now, I would. I don't know because I haven't seen video of me having one, but obviously I go offline, whatever that means. I go unconscious. I would, lose all control of my body and start shaking, and then after some time, I that stops and I'm still unconscious for however long it lasts. Then I come to a point where my body comes to, but I'm not in it, or my consciousness doesn't feel like it's in it.
Your ego.
Right. It could be the ego. Yeah.
Well,
I've always used the word consciousness when I try to describe it to anybody else, but
yeah.
nobody ever gets
Well,
that. So,
no. You see, this is the thing that we have to be very, very clear.
yeah.
What we discern as the spirit. This is what I do in the book. What we discern as the spirit, and why we discern the spirit to be that. And I use lots of instances. What is said in the Bible. The Bible describes the spirit and the soul very different. They're very
Okay.
different
Yeah.
entities. But
Right.
then you can read what they say in philosophy about the spirit and soul. Then you can read what they say in psychology. Then you can read about what they say in the fucking medical fraternity and all these different sorts of things. What the average idea of the spirit and the soul is, and it all gets very, very cloudy. So first of all, what we always have to do, we have to establish the grounds. We
Right.
have to establish what we are meaning by the concepts that we're using. Now, when I say the I is spirit, the I is
Okay.
consciousness, the I is that which is experiencing everything
Right.
from a fundamental higher level. Then
Yeah.
inside of that, we have the ego, which is
Okay.
experiencing things on a lower level. Now we can distinguish and discern between the difference when our ego has gone offline, because then you know that there's something there. Your consciousness was there without the ego. Only when the consciousness is there, it's just like an observing and a feeling, because you don't know anything, because the ego, the program, isn't there to tell you what you're seeing. So what happens is, it's like when you're coming out of anesthesia, your consciousness comes back online, and you're still on drugs, and you're kind of like, you're doing this, and the doctor will say, lie down, shut up, because you and all this different sort of thing. And so then your consciousness, your ego will come back online, and you go, oh, I'm sounding like a fucking moron, you know.
Right.
um, but that's because my ego wasn't here to control that. My body was
Okay.
expressing itself.
So
And
that's probably what it is then. You're right. It's probably the ego going offline and then
so
coming, like everything coming back on. Because at that point too, that's when I realized, like when I know, I don't know if I'd call it an ego death, but an ego, but damaged, I guess I could say. It was damaged during one seizure. And I had that at work. And I remember waking up or coming to, already sitting on a stretcher with EMS around me because they had called an ambulance for me. And all the coworkers and everybody looking at me, super awkward. And at that moment, you're right. That's when I said with the ego, like, oh, great, I had another seizure. Now everybody at work saw it and everyone, is judging me. So, yeah, that would be the ego.
so if you talked through one of these episodes
Hmm.
without filling in the gaps, because what you say, I'm having this seizure, and then I go offline and my body's shaking and I'm doing this and I'm doing that. Well, you don't know that if your ego's gone offline, unless
True.
you're
I
conscious.
don't know, just what I'm told, right?
Yeah, okay. So what I want you to do now is tell it from what you remember. and how it is that you're seeing this, because there's a very, very different way in which you see the world in yourself from the ego and that of pure awareness. And that's the thing that is samadhi. That's the thing which is when you have a near-death experience, out-of-body experience, your consciousness is still there, but the ego isn't there.
Okay.
Yeah. And so if you have one of these episodes, what's the first thing and the last thing you remember? Do you remember all of a sudden, oh, I'm having a seizure again, and
No.
then you go unconscious? No. So tell me what happens.
No, I don't even know what's happening. Like right now it could happen and I would just think we're having a conversation and it's just it happens and I'm out. And then I'm not aware of anything that's happened until I come back.
So when you come back, so how do you come back?
I just do. It's just like I snap back in. My eyes are already open, like I say, and I'm already doing
Okay, so
something.
you were unconscious, and then
Right.
all of a sudden consciousness comes back on board, as well as
Yeah.
the ego and the consciousness come back on board. Right.
Yeah.
So
So
so what do they say about these seizures? Because I was listening to somebody only last night talking about seizures, and they're saying that they're not harmful, and doctors are like, oh, if you have a seizure, then go and lie down, and you'll be fine. What do they tell you about seizures?
not much. That was a big problem with it. They say they don't even really know a lot about them. That's why they weren't able to tell me really much about it other than they sort of just diagnosed me by default because they did, this brain scans and there was nothing wrong. So because they couldn't find a cause for them, then they just sort of lump it all together as epilepsy and just send you on your way with the
Yeah.
prescriptions. So they don't even really know as much as, they should or could about them. And I know there's many different forms of them. So everybody probably experiences them differently. But I can say that I don't think they've caused any damage other than, I've got a few scars. Like I got one
Where
there
you
from.
fall down, the physical damage, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's my biggest fear with having them is that, especially living alone, that because I have had some living alone where I've gone down and smashed into furniture, things
So
like that. So
do they still allow you to drive then?
no.
No. So once you've been
Funny enough, I was just getting my driver's license when I had my first one, so they never let me continue with it.
So you can't operate machinery, you can't drive.
I guess not.
Yeah. So
I don't know. I
as
haven't been to a doctor about the condition in years now, so I don't even know if it would still be valid in my medical records. After a while I just stopped going. Like the first few times I had one, I would go to the hospital or whoever I was with would force me to. But after that I just stopped going because I knew all they would do is give me an intravenous of fluids, like potassium was usually my low. And that's where I realized that it was an electrolyte issue. And so yeah, they really wouldn't do much for me unless I had an injury that they had to deal with.
Yeah. So
Oddly enough, one time I ripped the lip, the connection
yeah.
where your lip attaches to the gums. I
Yeah.
somehow ripped that right off. And so they had to glue it back.
Wow.
But and that's another thing. When I hurt myself, I don't know how I do it. But of course, the way our brains work, I'm still trying to figure it out, even though I wasn't there for it or awake for it. So like with this one, I had to figure that I like ripped it off with my hand because there was no other damage from like hitting it onto anything.
Yeah.
So I have to figure that I was just like pulling it until I ripped it off.
Wow.
So it's a really crazy experience. Yeah, if you haven't had one, it's just hard to know.
Did you see my ketamine K-hole video?
What did I think of it?
No, did you see it?
Oh, did I see it? Yes.
Yeah. And so that level of trauma and dissociation, bewilderment, it's like hell itself.
Yeah, see, I guess I'm fortunate that I do go offline for these experiences because I feel like, even that, right? How much pain would that have been?
Yeah.
That I've never, experienced until after the fact. So it is a way to protect my
Yeah,
You know, I say
they don't know anything about these seizures or why they come about, and it's all a mystery to them. Um, but as far as you're concerned, your brain goes unconscious. So when they say a seizure, does the electrical capacity in your brain just stop firing? What actually is the seizure really meaning?
that's a good question. I'm not even 100% sure on that. It might be that the brain stops firing, and that's what causes the initial passing out or loss of consciousness. But um, like obviously the body then is more active with the electrical charge because that's what's causing, the
Yeah,
seizing.
yeah, and it's lost control. You see, in prefrontal epilepsy, um, when people have frequent bouts of that, they want to cut the corpus callosum, because if they cut the corpus callosum, then that contains the seizure to one side of the brain, and so you're not completely incapacitated. Um,
I
and
don't know
so
that I would want that.
No, I mean that, but because then all of a sudden you've got two personalities, got two
Right.
conflicting personalities, and that's a real big deal to contend with. But I think it's only in really, really severe cases that they do that. Um, but yeah, I mean, a seizure. I've not looked it up, but the terminology is sort of indicating that something seizes, and so maybe your
Right.
brain seizes the fluidity of its natural functioning, and it's kind of like going, "Ah."
Yeah. Like it's frozen, like a computer.
Yeah.
Or yeah. Yeah. It's definitely like nervous system related.
I'm gonna have to look into that, just to see what they think it is. Now,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. Just thought I'd ask if you had any
Yeah, well,
insights.
the greatest of interest for me with all of these things is who is experiencing what during
Mm,
any of these, because for instance, when we have out of body experiences, the body isn't there.
right.
And there's no indication that there is a body um, from that body which is lying in bed. You go out into another world. You're in an astral body, and it's very much like a dream. You can think you are feeling sex. You can think
Right.
you are walking or touching something, but there's no reality there because there's no reality. You
Right.
see, and so all we're doing is projecting, like we do in a dream, that if someone comes at you with a knife and stabs you, you envision what it's going to feel like. It's going to feel
Mm,
like sharp and unpleasant. And so we can go, those sort of things. And so that's what we do in the astral. But there's no physical world there because it is a conscious thing. And when we're there, it's kind of like you have a sense of I, and it's kind of like I'm out of body. uh, I'm in a strange place with strange people. Fuck, what can I take back with me? And that's really bizarre because you think maybe you can take something back. Maybe I can
like a
just
souvenir.
maybe I can just steal this little thing and nobody will notice. There's one occasion I was out. You'll read about this in my book, by the way, because I cover all those. I was out of body and I went to this beautiful Italian farmhouse. And on the table there was a box of knickknacks, and I could see there was kind of like a wooden brooch about that big, which was a colourful, embossed, three-dimensional depiction of Captain Jack Sparrow. And I thought, I'll fucking have that. And I picked it up. I thought, I'm taking that back to prove I've been here. I wake up in bed and there's nothing in my hand, of course,
Right.
which is a good thing. Which is
Yeah.
a good thing.
So in those experiences, how do you know that you're out of body? Like you say, you just know, but how do you know? Do you look
Well,
down and not see your arms, or like how do you know that
no,
you just don't
because
feel
you feel yourself leaving the body.
okay?
Because you're conscious in the body, and then when you go through all of the preliminaries, the vibrations come on, and then an entity can take you out of body. Feeling very physical, put their hands on you and pull you out, or you'll just drift up. As your spirit leaves the body, it'll vibrate, 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 and then you'll be out, and then you'll be in a different realm. I've
Okay.
never really stayed in the same locality. For instance, on one occasion, I was having the vibrations, and I'm like, oh wow, it's here, it's here, it's here. Okay, it's happening, it's happening. And then all of a sudden, I get this motion that I'm being swung round in my bed, and something squeaking, and it's kind of like a squeaky old metal bed. And then I get spun around, and I get pushed in one direction, and then I turn, and then I start to feel the wind on my face. And by this time, I'm like, fuck, I'm going to open my eyes. I'm proper in it. And I open my eyes, and I see myself being pushed down a very old hospital corridor. And, I'm back like this. The wind's blowing in my face. I'm going about 20 or 30 miles an hour. And then I come down to this corridor after about, a couple of minutes. And then I'm swooped into another room. I'm spun around, and I'm backed up to a wall. And I come to a still. And I look up like this to see who's fucking been pushing my bed. And it's an old matron, about 55 years old, with a big strawberry nose and pitted face, and very buxom, bulging out of a nurse's outfit. And I said to her, why did you bring me here? She went, I don't know, and just walked off. And it was like this ancient asylum, lunatic asylum called Bedlam, which is in Britain. This is where they're saying it's Bedlam in here. That's where it comes from. It's like a
Okay.
madhouse in here. And so I got pushed down the corridor with fucking old water pipes going down the ceiling, and dingy walls, and by a squeaky old metal bed of like the 1800s, something like that. Where
Huh.
did I go?
Yeah.
Why the fuck did I have that experience?
Yeah. And why there of all places?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as soon as she left me there, I felt really fucking terrified. I'm like, don't leave me here. Don't leave me here. And then I floated back out, and I'm back in my body.
Wow.
So you'll read about a dozen of these very explicit experiences in the
Okay.
book. And
I
by the time,
sorry, I was just gonna say I'm just past the part where you talk about your experience climbing. Is it
right,
Kilimanjaro?
yeah,
Yeah. And there you kind of talk about sort of going offline and how you got through without
yeah,
realizing that,
yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So
So by the time you've experienced these different phenomena of states of consciousness, then you have less and less faith in the so-called egoic experience, because
mhm,
there are many varieties of consciousness which are absolutely real as this
right.
one, only very different. So that on that particular climb, I had altitude sickness from the first day, and I was on the fifth day making that ascent. And I hadn't eaten anything in 48 hours. I lost appetite. I had altitude sickness for the whole time, and headache. And the final ascent, 2,000 feet, I just didn't have the energy. I didn't have the will, and I was super dehydrated. And when you walk in at 20,000 feet, the air is very, very thin, and you're
Right.
dragging your feet with tiny little steps. And it's pitch black because we started the ascent at 12, because it was a 6-hour hike, and 6 hours, longer than that, but 6 hours is when the sun is coming up from the other side of the mountain. So you see the silver lining over the top of the mountain, and that's a beautiful experience, because until then it was just the blackest of ink skies with the biggest stars you've ever seen at 20,000 feet above all cloud and mist and everything.
I can imagine what that would look like.
A magical experience. And so by the time I was completely exhausted and I didn't want to do it anymore, and I just kept stopping. And my guide, I only had one guy, some African guy, and he kept saying, "We've got to keep going. We've got to keep going." I'm like, I ain't going. And so he had to come and grab hold of me and physically start walking with me. And I said to myself, I said, well, look, I said, I'm not going to be able to do this. The mind and the body is done. It's done. And I just sat on the rock and I looked up and I said a prayer to my daughter. I said, I've done it this time. You know, I'm sorry. I'm not coming back. And I said to myself, well, there's one way I can come back. And that's if I became dissociated from the body. In the deepest of trauma, we can exit the body. And this is what victims of deep trauma, childhood trauma, sexual abuse, all this sort of thing, they exit the body and they don't remember. So this is why we need Freudian type regression to be able to go back to remember these things, to get a resolve on them, because otherwise your body and your mind is affected by something you don't know. So you can't rationalize and reason it. So I said to myself, the only way I'm getting off this fucking mountain of life is if the next thing I see is that fucking silver lining on top of this godforsaken piece of shit mountain in 4.5 hours time. And from that second, my consciousness vacated the body, and I did that on autopilot. I had no recollection at all until I saw the silver lining, and I'm like, holy motherfucker. I said that, and now I'm here. How the fuck did I get here? Anyway, the light coming over the top of the mountain was about 3 hours, or at least 2 hours before I got to the top, because you got false summits when you're climbing the mountain. You got false summit. And I kept thinking, oh, I'm nearly there now, and in the end, I just went, fuck it. And I started walking back down until the guide had to come and grab hold of me and literally put one arm over here and carry me like a fireman's lift, for fucking, I don't know, half an hour or something, because I was delirious. I was absolutely out of it. And then he sat me down on the stones, and the sign was there, welcome to Mount Kilimanjaro, 20,000 feet. And I was just like, and then the guide, he was looking for the camera in my pocket. Where's your camera? And I'm like, and he took a photo of me. He went, you've got your photo, let's get the fuck out of here. Put the camera back in, and he took me like this again, and he marched me down the side of the mountain for the next 3 hours.
Wow.
I could barely stand up, and I was tripping, but with every ounce of strength in my body, I kept myself up so I wasn't falling down. I could do that much because I knew I had to do that, because I was partially blind. I couldn't see. And one of the symptoms of altitude sickness, you get blind, and it can be permanent. So my guide knew this, and he had to get me down to a lower altitude as fast as possible. So he dragged me down that fucking mountain, slipping and all different sorts of things on shale and stumbling, until he felt comfortable that I could walk on my own. We sat down, I had a drink, and I told him, I said, I don't remember any of that shit going up. What happened? And he said, you did it. I'm like, oh, yeah, evidently I did it, but I don't know how. And I don't know.
Would that be... Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say, would that be similar to what happens to me then, where like I go offline for a seizure and I don't know what's happening until I come back?
Yeah, unconscious.
Right. Because
Yeah.
it's, also triggered by a trauma and by my body not dying, but,
But
not functioning properly.
mine was voluntary. I brought that on of my own
Right.
volition.
You asked for that to
I
happen.
I asked my higher self,
Right.
God, whatever. I said the only way I'm getting off this godforsaken mountain is if the next thing I see, which was 3.5 hours away, on a very, very arduous and incredible level of suffrage that I was experiencing. The only way I'm ever going to do that is if my mind doesn't know, because obviously the body was
Yeah.
strong enough to do it, but the mind, it was just so tired.
Yeah.
And here's another thing. Before I climbed that mountain, when I was back in Britain, I sold my property in Bulgaria. Or I got my money from Africa. I think I probably got my money from Africa. And I thought, okay, I'm going to go on one big expedition. I'm going to go on another death-defying expedition. And then I'm going to hang my boots up because I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of all these near-death experiences, but I want one more. And so I said, I want this expedition to be the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, because it needs to be like the final defense of my title as an old man. I need to do it. And even if I don't win, I don't want to get knocked out. I want to retire respectfully, having had a good go, you know. And so I created that reality. I created the hardest experience I've ever had in my life, because people older than me and not as fit as me did it a lot easier. I brought that on myself. I gave myself what I ordered from the cosmos.
Fair enough. Yeah. Okay.
And so these things, those two things that I've just spoken about there, they are a really, really, really big deal. And for anybody to really get their heads around what that means,
Yeah.
hang on, let me get this straight. You ordered that experience from the cosmos. You wanted it to be the hardest thing you've ever done. And you could have climbed that mountain 2 times non-stop because you were fit and you're in your fucking prime. There was people 10, 15 years older than me, you know, which did it no problem. And so the only reason that I didn't do it like that is because of what I'd created in my reality. So what I'm saying about this, and people have to get their heads around the magnitude of this, we create our reality. Let's not have any misunderstanding about this. When we set our minds to do something, we can achieve it if we really want it to happen and
Right.
really believe it, because we have control over our fucking minds. Our consciousness can turn it on or off. It can give us that energy or take that energy away. And in my particular instant, it took my energy away. My energy. I literally, I could climb that mountain, stand on my fucking head under normal circumstances. Not a problem. But from the second day, all of a sudden, it was a big problem. And every day it got a bigger and a bigger problem. And then I couldn't sleep at night, not a single wink. I used to lie in my cocoon, in my sleeping bag with all my clothes on, with 3 hats on, freezing my fucking bollocks off for 12 hours. Because on the equator, you got 12 hours of light, 12 hours of
Yeah.
darkness. As soon as it comes to dark, you go in your fucking tent. There's nothing else to do. And although I was, you know, tired from 8 miles walking, climbing a mountain each day for 12 hours, I still couldn't sleep.
Mm.
And my mind was as clear as a bell. And I just laid there. I laid there and I laid there until in the end, I was just sick of fucking my life, my existence. It was like, for God's sake, just let me die or sleep. I can't stand lying here completely awake for 12 hours every fucking night. I've got to sleep. I've got to get the rest. But because I ordered that from the cosmos, then the only way my body was going to tire, because it was super fit, was deprive me of the sleep as well. Because 8 hours, 8 miles 12 hours of climbing a mountain wasn't enough. Take away the appetite, take away the food. That wasn't enough. In the end, it was take away the sleep. Can you see what's going on here? That's what
Mm.
my body did to me. It took away the sleep on the last 3 nights. I didn't sleep for 72 hours. I didn't eat anything for 48 hours.
Wow.
And so I created that fucking reality. And then I went blind on the fucking journey. And, I gave a prayer because I thought I was honestly going to fucking die. And then I turned all that off to enable me to do it. And so stuff like that's the big deal.
Right.
When you know that we're capable of doing that.
Yeah.
And so nobody can ever say, oh, I couldn't do this, I couldn't do that. You don't want it bad enough.
Yeah.
That's what I'll say. And so then when we listen to success stories, like Jim Carrey, for instance,
Mm.
and Sylvester Stallone, for years and years and years and thousands of hours, going over the same old things and the same old jokes and the same old expressions and, all the contortions of the face and everything, mastering their craft.
Yeah.
And slowly, getting a little bit of a break and then getting a knockback and a knockback and a knockback. But the determination just drives them on until in the end, poof, 10, 15, 20 years later, success.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so when we know we can recreate those things, when we know that we can create our reality, good or bad, then it's really something to contend with. And if we know that, then it's a very good indication of our godlike nature.
Mm. True. Yeah.
And so when leaving the body, I knew it was possible to leave the body. And so I read plenty of books about it. I watched hundreds and hundreds of videos about it. And I trained with absolute dedication for 150 hours. I used to write down in the journal every single day how many hours I woke up at midnight and I tried it for an hour and a half. Then I woke up at 3 a.m. completely exhausted and I tried it for 2 hours. And then I woke up at 7 a.m. and I still fucking tried it for an hour. And then after doing all this and being exhausted for days and weeks, about 3 months it took me, when you're depriving yourself of sleep because you really want to do it, and then you get your first out-of-body experience and you go, that's it.
Mm.
That's what I knew I could do. And when I had my first out-of-body experience, I said to myself, I will never, ever discount anything supernatural or paranormal again because I left my fucking body.
Yeah.
And I did it completely compos mentis through all that time of envisioning myself leaving my body. And what you do is you lie in bed absolutely still. You don't blink, you don't swallow, you don't scratch, you don't do nothing. And you imagine over and over and over and over getting out of bed and going doing this and going doing that. And you go through the absolute minutiae of everything, of how the floor feels beneath your feet and how the coolness feels in the room. And you imagine yourself if you've got a tracksuit on or just shorts on, and then you go into the kitchen and then you turn the kettle on or you fill the water up in the kettle and you do exactly everything as it is. And then even down to how many times you stir your cup and you do all this stuff. You have to do all that because you have to trick your consciousness that you are actually out the body. And when you've done that long enough, then it will happen.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And so you see, I've got so many things like this. That I've experienced, and that's why my life has been transformed.
Right.
And then another occasion whereby I was meditating, and I was taking kratom at the time, and kratom really relaxes you, and it makes it easy for you just to lie there without moving at all. And so I was in bed lying because it was winter time and it was cold. So I got in bed with the covers on, and I put earplugs in, and I put blindfold on, and I just went into a meditation because I was a trained meditation hypnotist at that time, so I could put my body straight down. And I turned off my consciousness, and I went into the deepest of meditation, and every single thing left me about this cosmos, save for awareness. Awareness was there, and it wasn't awareness of me, Aaron, the body, the world, nothing. Nothing existed at all, just a pure state of awareness, and it's blackness. And then what happened is shiny fluctuations of electricity started to move like this in this shiny black. And I just laid there watching it, aware of it for an hour or something like that. Eventually, my body had enough of that, and it slowly opened its eyes. And when I opened my eyes, I looked at the world and I went, holy fuck. I've just experienced what quantum physicists have been speaking about for 100 years. What they say is that at the fundamental premise of the universe is something called string theory. And you've got these fluctuating, like elastic bands, they call them. Only they're all jagged in different shapes, and they're moving really fast, and they're trillions of times smaller than an atom. And they're conscious, and they decide when they want to turn into atoms and things that create so-called physical matter. That's the quantum field theory. And so I entered into that, and then I came out, and I knew where I'd been. I'd been into the fundamental premise of the cosmos, and I'd seen these fluctuating things trillions of times smaller because I was infinite consciousness and infinite awareness. And so I saw the building blocks. And people could say, well, you knew about quantum physics and you created that. Well, I had no awareness of creating that. I had no intention to create that. In the deepest of blackness and nothingness, my awareness saw that. And I didn't realize it at the time because there's nothing to make a realization. Oh, that's quantum, this, and no. It just happened. And then when I came out, it's kind of like, holy fuck. My consciousness wasn't there. Only awareness was there. And I'd never heard of anybody being there in that depth of awareness, where I think it's spoken about maybe in Buddhism, but how many people have actually been there and told the story? I haven't listened to one, but it's a complete detachment of the cosmos. And that's why I know that what I am is fundamental. It's awareness, and out of awareness comes consciousness. Because awareness is just awareness of awareness. And it's a paradox because you can't even say awareness of itself because there's no self. It's just awareness. Right. You know, what are you aware of? Nothing, just awareness.
Yeah.
But to understand these concepts and things, you've got to experience them. And then when you experience them and then you convey them, well, again, unless anyone's been there, it's just fucking Chinese or double Dutch.
Right.
But all these sorts of things, and then experiencing Jesus talking to you, or Yahweh talking to you, or seeing angels and giving you subliminal messages in cryptic form, and you don't know what those messages mean until you go to an old secondhand bookstore, you randomly pick out this book which consciousness is choosing, and then within that book is the answers. It's kind of like, what the fuck's going on? What's going on here? That's how my life's been.
Yeah.
It's been a Hansel and Gretel trail of all these things. And I've experienced hell whereby everything was absolutely a horror. And I couldn't envision myself lasting more than 12 hours before I'd kill myself. because everything was a living hell all around me. Then I've had bouts of being in heaven. And I'm like, why are you showing me the polar opposites of everything? Why are you talking to me from Yahweh? Why is Jesus giving me message? Why is Jesus telling me that if I want to experience unconditional love, I have to come through him? Why do I get that? In a trembling and a shaking and a buzzing and a fucking crazy experience with tears streaming down my cheeks, and it's like having 100 out of body experiences or 1,000 orgasms. You've got this electricity, this vibration in your body, shaking all like that, and then you got a voice who you know is Jesus, and then Jesus appears in the fucking tapestry behind me. Can't make this stuff up, Nikki. And I write a book about it, and it falls on deaf ears. I make videos about it, no one's interested, and I'm like, well, why have you given me all these experiences? Why have you given me the gift of articulation, and yet you've not opened the ears and the eyes to humanity? What's going on?
Yeah. Well, there are a few, but I know you would like to reach everyone if possible, right?
Well, I mean, I don't have any personal investment in it. I'm just wondering why that isn't so. And
Mm.
with people like you, you don't reach anyone either. You can't communicate with anyone because nobody has got the consciousness for it. And
Right.
it's kind of like, well, what's it about? What purpose?
Yeah.
Reason?
I often wonder that too. Why are we all so separated? What is the point of, any of it really? Because I've often thought, if I remained ignorant, my life would still be bliss, at least as blissful as it could have been. But now everything's changed. We lose most of what our life was. I don't see the positive reasons for that to happen to me, so I don't know. Still trying to figure it out. So
Well, I mean, in my state, I maintain that my life is bliss. I've got everything that I need and want. I
right,
don't desire anything. I don't want anything. I've got a
yeah,
level of contentment in my world, which is perfect, and having my beautiful little squirrel friend. That's my world, and that's the only friend I
yeah,
need. And so the journey I've travelled has been a remarkable one, and I wouldn't change a single facet of it. All the suffering that I've had, the horror, the pain, the suffering, and all that. No, it's all been very, very rewarding, and from that, my soul, my spirit, has become something incredible.
right,
Uh, and now I stand on top of the world like a mountain, like God Himself, and it's completely isolated me. Nobody ever wants to listen to that. um that's just far too egocentric, but it's got nothing to do with ego. It's got to do with my reality is telling me exactly what I am, and it's all
yeah,
the idiots around me that are just fucking dead. They're the walking dead. So why did I come to this experience, to experience the walking dead,
yeah,
to be in a planet full of zombies,
yeah. That's
and
what
to
I
have
wonder.
the frustration of not being able to communicate with anyone?
Yeah,
And even people such as yourself, you're on the path and everything like that, and yet the experiences that I've had are just on a fucking another level, aren't they?
yeah, some for sure. Yeah, like, yeah. You've been going at it longer too, though, right? 17, you said
Yeah,
17 years.
yeah,
Yeah,
17
I'm
years.
about a decade, so yeah, I'm a few years behind.
So
And,
yeah, you got 20 years to catch up on. So
mhm,
it could all happen for you during that time.
right.
Um, but I just love to meet someone that could articulate um, like I have with personal stories, near death experiences and encounters, dueling with the devil, and messages from God. And I'm like, well, fucking hell, you people could write a movie about my life.
Yeah.
Uh, they really could. And it's kind of like, well, where's the market for it?
Mm.
No one, no one. It says here now you're still recording the video. If no response is received, we will assume that you forgot to stop. Yes, okay. Because we've done 4 hours now,
Oh
so
wow. Yeah. Okay.
probably let's wrap it up because my voice is very tired, and it's late here. It's 11:15.
Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's great. So that was a wonderful conversation, and it'd be great to do it again.
Yep.
And next time, I'd like to really drill into some of your stories and deeper into how you see the world, and when you're watching any of my videos, see how you're comprehending them,
Okay.
and see where your consciousness is and
Right.
how it's in variance or how it's in line, you know
Okay.
um because this is really important to me. It's what are you perceiving?
Yeah.
Because bizarrely we all see from a vastly different vantage.
Right. Yeah.
And even though I can have 100 people who listen to my videos, every single one would have a different experience of it. And I could
Right.
say to every single one, no, you didn't get what I'm saying. Why is
Yeah.
it that you didn't get what I'm saying? You speak English, you're a human being, you come from the same culture. Why is it that you miss what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, what the fuck? Oh my God. This thing called life, huh?
Right.
Alrighty
Okay.
then.
So
So,
yeah,
yeah,
that sounds good.
yeah. We'll wrap it up here then. I wonder how many people have got the Constitution for a 4 hour video. But,
Guess we find out.
the difficult thing is people don't realize they wouldn't make that connection that they can actually watch 1 hour a day. But
Right.
no, what happens is it'll come up in their feed
Mhm.
tomorrow. And if they get time to watch it tomorrow, they will. If they get time to watch an hour or an hour and 20 minutes, they will. And tomorrow, there'll be something else in their feed
Yeah.
which takes their consciousness away. And they'll forgot about the fucking video that, hey, that was a pretty interesting video. And even if it was interesting, oh, well, this one it'd probably be better. Or,
Right.
and that's it. And so what I notice about my videos, I'll put them up and however many hits it gets on that day, it will stay almost exactly the same forever.
Yeah.
Nobody will ever revisit that fucking video because we are
Yeah.
so inundated with things in our feed
Yeah.
and people's consciousness are
Constant
just,
distractions.
yeah, just distracted away.
Yep.
And I'm always
Yeah.
saying to people, for fuck's sake, before you even turn the computer on, decide what you want to watch.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you go, oh, that looks interesting. Oh, that looks interesting. Oh, that looks interesting. Everything
Yeah.
looks fucking interesting because they're all clickbait bullshit.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
before
I
you
have
know
certain people that I will always watch, so I look for their videos. And if there's no videos from you or a few others, then I look through the clickbait crap and find something. But yeah,
yeah,
you have to go back to those people if you want to see
yeah, you got to
everything
go
that
back to
yeah.
source, and,
Yeah.
and and that's what I do. The people I know serve me. I go back to them. Like Alan Watts, I'll go, okay, Alan Watts. I always get something out of Alan Watts, even if it's only reiterating what I already know. It's at least well, some fucker else out there knows it as
Mhm.
well or knew it. Um, and then I'll just bang in well-renowned philosophers from bygone days, and I'm like there's a gap in my philosophical
Mm.
repertoire, and so I'm going to study Hegel, or I'm going to study Wittgenstein, or I'm going to get an overview of somebody else, and I'll do that, and then at the end of the night I'm like, I've spent 3 hours learning about Wittgenstein's philosophy. That's important to me because now that's putting another piece of the jigsaw puzzle. And this
Right.
person was a brilliant brain, and now I have a part of his brilliant brain in mine,
Yeah.
rather than just getting fucking swept away with clickbait bullshit, which doesn't
Yeah.
give you anything.
No.
Invariably, they don't give you anything.
Right.
So we have to
Yeah.
we have to take hold of our own consciousness, don't we? We have to
Yep.
go, hang on, what the fuck's happening here? I've just watched that hour. I've watched this one for half an hour. What have I got?
Yeah.
Nothing. And
I,
if you do that on an everyday basis, then your head's going to be full of shit.
yep. Exactly.
So
Yeah.
viewers, don't do it. But of course, they'll continue because that's just how it is. And
Yeah.
I consider now that I'm like, let's say, a psychiatrist. When psychiatrists are asked, "Have you ever cured anyone?" they emphatically will always tell you no.
No. Yeah.
So if anyone says to me, "Have you ever awoken anyone?" I will say emphatically no.
Mm.
Have you ever served anyone? No. Because people either had the spirit to absorb what they already knew coming from me, or they didn't. Because if they're listening to me and they didn't have the receptor, it would mean nothing. But
Right.
if they already knew it, it would be reiterated, and then they'll think, "Oh, that's really good, that is," because deep down they already knew it. I think that's how it works. I don't think it works with blind people. We can't give sight to blind people.
Right.
We
Yeah. It
can't give
seems like.
wisdom to unexperienced people.
Yeah.
And so all I think I'm doing is that I'm just remembering what I already knew. And I'm
Mm.
just confirming what I knew. When I'm speaking with AI, I'm giving them my proposals and I'm saying, has anyone else on the planet wrote anything about what I'm saying? I say, can you check, please, through all your archives? And then they'll go, yeah, Plotinus, he said this, Spinoza
Mm.
said that, Wittgenstein said this, but none of them are saying what you're saying. You seem to have formulated this thing in a particular package. They mentioned a little bit here and a little bit there. So it seems your idea is very unique, Aaron. And I'm like, mine's unique with all the fucking wisdom and geniuses on the planet. Mine's unique. What's going on?
Mm.
You should be telling me, oh, fucking people have been thinking and talking about that shit for years and years. Is not the case. And
No, but they
so
don't dive deep enough.
they don't dive deep enough.
Right.
And, the great Plotinus, talking about the oneness that nobody understands. I'm like, I understand it from the very, very beginning. And I know what he's talking about. And I can tell you because I've been there. And I can tell you more than Plotinus did what it feels like.
Mm.
What it feels like when you're entering it. What it feels like when you're there. What it feels like when you come out. I can tell you that. I'm not just clouding you with fucking mystery about this special place I've been to. And, if you've never explained it, you never said how you got there, what it was like, then who the fuck's ever going to know where you were?
Right.
And so, that's what I've endeavored to do in my book is to explain out of body experience in the greatest of detail, exactly how I learned to do it, what it was, what it felt like, every single thing I could possibly remember, put it all down there in the finest articulation. And then when I'm speaking about, being compromised by the devil and having all these different experiences, to write it all down. And, then, once in a blue moon, I'll come upon someone that said something similar. And so I heard for years and years about this American philosopher called William James. And he wrote this book because it was always quoted in books I was reading. He wrote this book called Varieties of Religious Experience. And when I had this Jesus thing, I thought, high time now I should read this fucking William James book. When I read that book, on one of the pages in there was almost identical the experience I had. Now, we have to go figure on this stuff because I knew about William James for 10 years and I wasn't compelled to buy his book. and to investigate him until I had the Jesus thing. And then it told me, now you've got the relevant information to understand this guy. It's the next step on your Hansel and Gretel trek. So then I read that fucking book, and then exactly in there, stuff that was written 150 years ago by someone. One experience almost exactly depicting what I have. And so I just look up the cosmos like that. And I go, did I ask for this? Is this some sort of magical mystery tour that, just to fuck with me, just to entertain me? What really is going on here? Because everything is just too perfect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow. Anyway, I'm exhausted now, Nikki.
Okay. To be continued then.
Yeah, to be continued. So, think about a few of those things then, and, make a few notes for the next conversation. And anytime you're going about your day and you think about something interesting or you think about something, just write it down. Stuff you want to run by me.
I actually do have. I have a few pages. I forgot them. They're in the living room, and right. I figured for this one we were just let it flow. So.
That's what I want. I want to get in to that flow of where you are, what consciousness. Is that your spirit? Is that your soul? Mm-hmm. Is that your ego? Is that your awareness? What exactly is going on here? Is that one of your alters? Because we've got so many alters going on. Who's thinking? Who are you?
Yeah.
All that different sorts of stuff. Wow.
Okay, well. It's been a long time since I had homework, but I like it.
Yeah, there you go. All right, great stuff. Thank you, Nikki. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Talk soon. Bye now.
Yep. Bye. How do I get it?
Yeah, just disconnect like that.